for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us to live in. Today on the program, I guess, is Dr. Tabusite Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us, it wasn't about being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? He said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I worked some places in my state that the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow.
Yeah.
You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. He said that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I know access? So now said, okay, I will construct a staircase
To that building?
to that building.
From outside?
You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA.
But that would leave you with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. She said 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit, to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, you really bah. So to do the staircase, we had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you."
Wow. And he accepted your advice.
Accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce, because they will penalize me for it." So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished.
So it's like from square zero.
Yes.
I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free pro bono service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off play, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the video was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was, a lot of reactions here and there. That was cool.
All right, talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my reverend, Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I'm sure it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain. They just go, on the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then they're talking about that after the establishment or with the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that are sustaining you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was based in non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened.
That was COVID-19.
COVID-19. So COVID-19 spanned into 2020.
Yeah.
And like I said, I had been known. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down.
Yeah. There was a lockdown. Really.
There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonium. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, lockdown. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. I was paying money for it. It's not like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. But the joy of doing it,
That fulfillment was
that
there.
fulfillment, that people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, going low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this nurse sitter in my office. So I did therapy on them, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. When they come back, they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming.
Okay.
We started doing therapy on stroke patients, manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There, yes. So I don't know. Right from time, when they don't want to work, I don't know. She now left. So I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary, I'll attend to you now. They will see the director, is around. They say, okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director, you go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent Hospital. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered me? I think yes, I can still convert you. I'll convert the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes, we're going to have the secretary. I've not seen one yet. One is not yet, another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other secretary came. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there.
So your office now became my house, your house?
Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, the next morning I wear it. But no, I need you to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you got the office first, you pay for the table, you got the accommodation, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants, one trousers and 2 shirts. That when you wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried iron for the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I wash these things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the office because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So I'm the back came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking the door. I shouted, who is there? They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. What I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they will not know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they break in and break in and break in, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue door. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened in Yaba, in the GRE.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osagbo, the CEO of Tristan Osteoorthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much.
It is episode.
Well, that's a wrap on Icons. The program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
Thank you. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
TV, certainly the best.
All right, now a very good morning to you, and you're welcome to another edition of the program this morning on ITV. We call it TMI, and of course it's your daily tonic, the program you need to watch and view every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even Friday, the Pidgin English version of the program. Well, my name is Evan Sunokoge. You're welcome to Wednesday, Wednesday, cold morning. And I'm not alone. I have Winston Marshall right here with me. Winston, a very good morning to you.
Yeah. What you said, rainy, wet Wednesday. Said that yesterday night.
You know, I told you last week when you were like saying August break. You said so.
I thought so. I was like,
and I told you that, hey, it's too early. So let's see. I think maybe from next week or in another 2 weeks' time.
Probably.
Yeah, we'll begin to experience August break and all that and see how it goes. Anyway, we're not alone on this program. We have our Lagos anchors and also Abuja there. And Patricia is right there in Lagos. Patricia, very good morning to you. Pretty Patricia.
Good morning, Evans. It's good to see you this morning. And from Lagos, it's really raining and wet and cold. So it's same thing happening in Benin.
Something in Benin too. I mean, it's wetty, raining, cold. Since it's it drizzled almost throughout the night.
Yeah, so this morning.
So that's just the way it is. Now we have Joseph Kadiri in Abuja. Joseph Kadiri, good morning.
A very good morning, Evans. Good morning, Wilson and Patricia. Abuja is a bit cloudy. The degrees Celsius is 29. Well, we're hoping that it will rain later in the day.
All right, now, so let's see how it goes. It will rain later in the day in Abuja. It's already raining, drizzling here in Benin City. And of course, we've been seeing and hearing the reports of how flood has taken over some certain areas around Oko-Ogba Road yesterday, Central Road to be precise, off Airport Road in Benin City. We had a report of many residents complaining that flooding has taken over their vicinity. So it now behoves on people to leave for the rain. How do I mean? Ensure that your drainage are well cleared so that water comes and it takes its right way, and that's just the way it is. Anyway, Patricia, let me bring you into the program again one more time. What are you looking at this morning in Lagos?
Okay, Wilson, thank you so much. We'll be looking at President Bola Tinubu snubbing the South African envoy that came over. But we saw that the minister meets the South African envoy. So we're going to be taking a complete look at that and have the reason why the president snubbed them, and then what the discussion with the ministers looks like. We hope it settles every xenophobic attack in South Africa on Nigerians, because very recently we also saw that some Nigerians were still being killed in South Africa, and that is not acceptable at all. So we'll see how the discussion goes and what comes out of it. That's what we'll be taking a look at from Lagos studio.
All right, so it's almost a double jeopardy case for some Nigerians in South Africa. We understand that they are landlocked, because they overstayed their visas in South Africa, so they cannot present themselves, to authorities there, or else they'll be arrested. So that's the situation in South Africa, and it's coming against the backdrop that the federal government is saying that they have completed the repatriation of, willing Nigerians to return back home from South Africa. Joseph Kadiri, so what are we looking at in Abuja?
issue of insecurity that has bedeviled Nigeria for close to 2 decades, it's what we shall be discussing. You know, in the Northeast, the issue of terrorism, in the North, west, the issue of kidnapping and banditry. You come to north central, farmer headers clash. You go to southeast, of course, the separatist issue, ESN, the south and some part of southwest, violence and cultism is the order of the day. And if you go to the Niger Delta, crude oil theft. So all of these have had ways of affecting lives of Nigerians, affecting education of children. The issue of healthcare is, badly delivered to the extent that at a point UNICEF declared that about 2.5 million children in the Northeast are severely, acutely malnourished. If nothing is done, they'll die. So these are some of the issues accompanying insecurity, and we hope to delve into it with a way of fashioning out measures of resolving it going forward, especially when President Bola Tinubu announced 28,000 persons to be injected into the military. We'll also look at that and how that can cushion the effect of insecurity in Nigeria.
Yeah, here in Benin, we're going to be looking at yesterday's, appeal court in Abuja, reassuring the appeal court in Abuja yesterday nullified the Federal High Court ruling about ADC and I think about four other political parties that say that they have the right to be registered. Yes. So, we have a body of that judgment, so we're going to be doing some justice to what played out yesterday. Now, this flip-flop nature of the political scenario, as we build up towards the presidential election, little wonder whether it's not going to be having a kind of a negative effect on these political parties.
Well, right now, as it stands right now, it's like the ADC, the NDC, and total political parties, they are happy in the sense that they have the right to have this particular stand of competing February come 2027. Well, that brings to mind what Alhaji Atiku Abubakar said. He said, look, election winners should not be declared by courts. Party registration should not be declared by court, or will I say sold out by court proceedings. It should be done according to the tenets of democracy, which is government for the people, by the people, and of course, the people are always involved. Let INEC stand up. But the question now is, INEC should stand. Voters should come out and stand. Will politicians really say yes to the conduct of the election by INEC? No matter whose ox is God, whether they win or they lose, accept the result the way it is. So I said, look, Alhaji, you're saying this because you want to vie for this particular position. Remember the other time, he was the one that's, said matter to court that he wants justice. So how can you say that? We need to do A, as one time we are doing B or C. It's like this mixed potpourri of emotion and geopolitical terrain that it's like for now we just cannot do without the input of the courts.
Well, I think the last is not heard because it's only the appeal court that has given their verdicts. We just hope that
don't push the
forum of legislators now that are pushing for the deregistration of these parties, they don't take this case to the Supreme Court. So even at that, we do not know whether the Supreme Court is going to uphold the judgment of the appellate court or give a different judgment.
Just allow all parties to compete. Just let it be.
If wishes were words, you can imagine what beggars would have done with it and all that. So it is left for the courts to actually tell us, not until this judgment comes from the Supreme Court. My advice to the ADC this morning is that they should keep themselves intact first, because this is not the last of the whole scenario. Anyway, we're going to be doing some discussions on that this morning from our Benin Center as the program goes on this morning on ITV. We'll take a short pause now. We'll bring the corporate trainer Inolata Nusakai so that he prepares you for your day. My name is Evan Sunukogi. A very good morning. Inwarata Nosahai, Istima Amiebone, and I especially welcome you to this segment of the program. Now, as long as the earth remaineth, the conversation on leadership will continue. It is a never-ending conversation, and that is why we have been on the series on the topic different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. And this morning we are going to look at a very unique angle to it, which we actually started last week. This is the last Wednesday of the month of July 2026. Is the 29th day of July 2026, and the focus on this major topic, which is different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. The focus today is effective policing with cohesive and affiliative leadership styles. Effective policing with cohesive and affiliative leadership style. In other words, how can the police force, the police institution engage these different leadership styles, to drive productivity and team effectiveness in their institution, and we are going to use a case scenario perspective to look at it as we have been doing. Effective policing with cohesive and affiliative leadership styles. Cohesive leadership style is that do as I say model of leadership approach. It is do as I say. It's a command and control style of leadership, and it is very useful when it comes to resolving crisis, managing emergency. It is very useful when it comes to handling matters of serious discipline. And the downside of it is that when you overuse it, people may feel micromanaged. They may feel that you are overbearing on them, and that can lead to team discouragement that can make them to just start lagging behind. But it is very useful, very important in managing emergency, resolving matters of indiscipline, making sure that crises are quickly resolved. Then the affiliative style focus on building team harmony. It focus on building the relationship. The affiliative style is a people come first leadership attitude template or model, and it just ensures that there is team harmony, there is trust, for one another, and then the team has fluid collaboration. Like I said, the case scenario we are looking at this morning is effective policing with cohesive and affiliative leadership style, which I have just explained, the cohesive and affiliative leadership style. We are going to see how a police area commander engage the cohesive and affiliative leadership style, to manage a team issue in his command, in the area command where, he, oversee. And it is very important we take, look at it. The knowledge we are going to glean from this case scenario is very useful across board in different leadership sphere. And for those of you that are police officers, paramilitary and the likes, just pay close attention. There is a lot for you to take away from this case scenario in driving team effectiveness and leadership productivity. Effective policing with cohesive and affiliative leadership styles. A newly posted police area commander assumed duty in an area command facing a disturbing security challenge. Within a few weeks, reports revealed that some officers were frequently absent from their assigned duty posts. Response to emergency calls was slow, and allegations of unprofessional conduct were damaging public confidence. Intelligence also suggested that criminal groups were taking advantage of these operational weaknesses to carry out robberies and violent attacks. Now, this is where the area commander brought in the cohesive leadership style, which is the do as I say kind of leadership model for resolving crises and managing matters of serious indiscipline. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the area commander initially adopted a cohesive leadership style. A firm directive was issued that every officer must report promptly for duty, comply strictly with operational procedures, and maintain professional conduct at all times. Supervisors were instructed to carry out daily inspections, while absenteeism, negligence, and misconduct attracted immediate disciplinary measures in accordance with established police regulations. Emergency patrol schedules were reorganized, and officers were informed that failure to perform assigned responsibility would have serious consequences. That is applying the cohesive leadership style, the do as I say leadership model and template for resolving crises, managing matters of serious indiscipline, and being able to use that to make sure that ugly situations are arrested, just like the area commander in this particular police command did. Within a short period, discipline improved, patrol visibility increased, and response times became faster. That is the cohesive leadership style, helping to manage and resolve the situation. Now, after applying the cohesive leadership style, the area commander in this particular police command moved into the affiliative leadership style, which is the leadership style that ensures there is team harmony, there is trust, which ensures that, people's well-being and people's emotional, psychological safety is seriously taken into consideration and, well managed. After stability had been restored, the area commander realized that discipline alone would not sustain long-term performance. The commander therefore introduced the affiliative leadership style to rebuild trust and strengthen teamwork. Regular meetings were held where officers were encouraged to express concerns affecting their welfare and operational effectiveness. Outstanding performances were publicly acknowledged, while officers who had demonstrated commitment during the difficult period received commendation. Team building activities and mentoring sessions were also organized to improve relationships among personnel and reinforce a shared commitment to professional policing. That is bringing in the affiliative leadership style to balance what the cohesive leadership style have achieved, and then be able to ensure fluid collaboration in the team. And the affiliative leadership style is focused on building team harmony, making sure that the welfare of team members are looked into in order to give them that sense of belonging to be able to be committed to the success of the team. And that is exactly what the police area commander in this command did in this case scenario. The combination of firm discipline and genuine concern for officers' well-being transformed the atmosphere within the area command. Morale improved, cooperation among divisions became stronger, and officers became more committed to serving the public professionally. Community confidence also increased as residents observed a more disciplined, responsive, and united police response. The experience demonstrated that while cohesive leadership can restore order during periods of crisis, very important, affiliative leadership helps sustain performance by building trust, loyalty, and teamwork after stability has been achieved. Now, what are the two leadership lessons we can glean from this case scenario, from this particular area commander? Leadership lessons from the case scenario. One, effective leaders know when to be firm and when to be compassionate. Very important in leadership. Effective leaders, they know when to be firm, just like the area commander did in this case scenario when he assumed duty in this particular area command, and then they also know when to be compassionate in order to balance the leadership style. Because in leadership, there is no one size fits it all. You should know when to transit from a particular leadership style, having achieved the goal of that particular leadership style, to another leadership style, to ensure that you don't become a dictator, you are not seen as overbearing, you are not seen as micromanaging, and then be able to ensure team effectiveness and team collaboration. Effective leaders know when to be firm and when to be compassionate. During period of crisis, indiscipline or operational failure, decisive action and strict enforcement of standards are essential to restore order and protect organizational integrity. However, once stability is achieved, leaders must deliberately shift toward building trust, strengthening relationships, and supporting the well-being of their people, just like the area commander did in this case scenario. This balanced approach not only improves immediate performance, but also fosters long-term commitment, loyalty, and professionalism in the police force and other organizations. Very important. Effective leaders know when to be firm and when to be compassionate. The second leadership lesson from this case scenario, as I begin to conclude, leadership discipline drives compliance, but relationships sustain performance. Discipline drives compliance, but relationships sustain performance. Leaders who combine high standards with genuine concern for their people create resilient, motivated, and high-performing team members. I will read that again. Discipline drives compliance, but relationships sustain performance. Discipline drives compliance, but relationships sustain performance. Don't only just be a leader that just come to enforce discipline. Also know how to connect with your people, and that will make them to be better committed. Leaders who combine high standards with genuine concern for their people create resilient, motivated, and high-performing teams. I believe that profound value has been added to you today. The case scenario we have looked at is effective policing with cohesive and affiliative leadership style. Cohesive leadership style focuses on ensuring that a crisis are quickly managed, they are resolved. It is a do as I say command style of leadership. The affiliative leadership style focuses on team harmony, trust, integrity, and fluid collaboration in the team. And your ability to know when to transit from one leadership style to another makes you an effective leader. I know you want to reach me. Just send email across, that mail across to my email, inuagata@gmail.com. Send your inquiries, send your questions, provide answers to you, and then we build a better leadership society for ourselves. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. And when I return, I will say, be the amiable Inuagata no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to our newspaper headlines review from our Lagos studio. But we're going to be going on a very quick short break. When we're back, we'll continue this discussion. Please stay. Welcome back to the newspaper review. We're so sorry for the break in transmission. We're going to be starting this morning quickly with Nigeria Tribune. And the major headlines on Nigeria Tribune says, Southern Middle Belt leaders insist on South retaining presidency. Back state police demand new constitution through federalism. And we have on the top of the newspaper, page 2, Obi's one-term path will shortchange Ndibo presidency. And then also we have 28 days after dusty slash prices of imported vehicles remain high, investigations. Appeal court nullifies order deregistering ADC, Accord, and 3 other political parties. We also have on page 3, repeated currency devaluation deepen poverty, as World Bank chief. We also go down, we have Oyo government receives 2 security surveillance aircrafts. And we also have on page 16, again, suspected armed headers kill 15 in Benue. And also in page 13, we have, we are stabilizing Nigeria, Tinubu tells Catholic bishops. Okay, we also move to page 23, where we have, we only sat for 4 terms in 7 months, Ondo Assembly members revealed. Doctor, let's quickly, I'm so sorry I didn't know Doctor is in Dr. Victor on the housing doctor.
Good morning.
Okay, so let's quickly go to the South Middle Belt leaders insisting on South retaining presidency.
Well, it does appear now that it's becoming a trend. It's not in the Constitution, but for the purpose of equity, what they're arguing now is that whatever happens, the South must be able to serve out its term, because obviously that's what's happening in the North. We want to spend 8 years, and that's what happened why Jonathan, why they had an angst against Jonathan, because I think Yar'Adua had not served out his full term, that Jonathan should not have gone for another term. Mm-hmm. So, but I mean, if he brings peace to the country, why not? But we'll just see. But at the end of the day, the voters will have to decide on who's the best candidate.
Okay, so we also have on page 22 where Obi's one-term path will shorten Ndibo coming from presidency on that.
I think they also have a valid point. I mean, it's his decision. Every region wants to have a shot at power. And for one individual to say, okay, I'm just going to serve 1 term, it's not for him to decide. Again, he can decide he wants to run, he doesn't want to run. But the Igbos who have been seemingly allegedly marginalized all these years don't think it's a fair deal for them, because for them to get an opportunity and then the only candidate they have, or the candidate that is going in there to say you just want to serve one term, would be like shortchanging the region. So it's an argument that.
Okay, Doctor. Still on Tribune, we have we only sat for 4 times in 7 months. Ondo Assembly members review. Is this good for democracy?
No, it's not good for democracy, because obviously they're there to make laws. You want to ask yourself, the 4 times you sat, did you review budget? How many sittings did you have for the budget? Did committee meetings sit and all that? It's not healthy. But because at the end of the day, the executive that's supposed to be implemented, that's supposed to be checked, now appears to be the one that is both acting as executive and lawmaking arm of government, which is not very good for democracy at all.
Good. Okay, so let's just quickly go to the Guardian newspaper. The major headlines on Guardian newspaper say gubernatorial candidates, parties unsettled by running mate hurdles. And then we go down to page 5. We have LASG moves to tighten safety standards for high-rise buildings.
I mean, Lagos State government.
Yes, it's hard time. We've seen a lot of buildings collapse in Lagos State. It's hard time. And so on page 30, we have federal government to spend 46 billion on Kano Airport runway construction. And also, we also have here where we saw that 2 surveillance aircrafts arrive in Ibadan to enhance statewide security. Let's quickly take this Ibadan issue. Do you think this aircraft will help in security issues?
No, I think it's good because, note, it's called surveillance aircraft, which means a regular aircraft. It probably means that it has nighttime vision, which means even in the dark, it should be able to, through darkness and all that. It's healthy because when something happens, like what happened in Kaduna, immediately if you deploy the aircraft, it should be able to follow through. You can't carry a group of people and be anonymous or be hidden, And nighttime vision, it means also that they may have telescopic view. They can zero down to, a small area and actually see people moving. So it's good. It's an effort in the right direction for security.
Okay, well, let's quickly go to the Daily Times. We're taking just one of the headlines.
Yes.
The major headline says Tinubu orders manhunt, vows Kaduna killers will pay dearly. Have we not heard a lot of this in a very recent time?
I like this. This is the kind of statement I want to hear from the president, because if they did what they did in Oyo, I think it's only fair that Kaduna should get that kind of justice as well. Should get that kind as well. So it's a good one. They has given a marching order, and I expect it to be followed through. And those people should know that they cannot get a consequence for bad behavior, and that they cannot get away with impunity or with that kind of dastardly.
Okay, Daily Indically, Doctor, we have the major headline: Nigerians' net liabilities hit $90.2 billion amid foreign capital boom. How good is this for us?
I'm not very comfortable with it, because what appears to be happening now is like we're leaving debts for future generation, and even the current generation does not appear to be benefiting from all these debts that have been accumulated. But above all, the biggest problem that we have is the currency devaluation, because you hear figures now, runway costing $40-something billion. It's not because the Naira has been devalued. So you begin to hear figures that are so big, and paying back becomes a problem as well because of currency devaluation. So at the heart of everything is the Naira. I think earlier on you read in one of the headlines where you talk about the World Bank itself, no less an organization, complaining about the continuous devaluation of the Naira. That, if the World Bank and IMF, who would usually say it was the value of Naira, is now concerned about the constant devaluation of our Naira, then we're in trouble.
Okay, Dr. Vanguard, the Vanguard newspaper, the major headline says deregistration of ADC orders was judicial rascality, appeal court. And then I'll also like us to look at kill amigo in Abuja, shoots wife. This is becoming too much. Let's start with the ADC, appeal court.
Well, I'm glad that it's a court that is saying that about the judiciary, you know, and I tend to agree as well, because when you do things like that, especially when it's time for election, you're just trying to create problems unnecessarily. And I'm glad that that has been corrected. Let everyone go in there and let people just make their choices, you know.
Yeah.
And then for the other story, the Army Colonel, may his soul rest in peace, and that of his wife or his family as well. However, I want to say that I don't think that this bandits pick and choose. The reason it looks like a big news, or we say a colonel killed, is because this is something that's happening to ordinary citizens. And I think all citizens are equal. It doesn't matter whether you're a general or you are an akara seller on the street. If every life should matter in this country.
Every Nigerian
we
life
talk
matters.
about it because he's a military person. Again, I say may his soul rest in peace. But what has happened to him should not happen to any other Nigerian, not just because he's a military.
Okay, let's move to the Punch newspaper, where we have the major headline: Federal government overshoots borrowing limit as new debt reaches 12.62 trillion naira. Let's talk about the borrowing, Doctor.
Yeah, people will argue that there's nothing wrong with borrowing. But I'm beginning to worry about this borrowing. Again, I'm concerned about our children and those yet unborn. Because all of this borrowing, if we were seeing the benefits, we would say, okay, fine, we're seeing what we're borrowing for. But subsidy has been removed, which was an argument before about where money was going to. Things that have been brought about. I don't understand where the borrowing is going. I don't see any serious infrastructure work going on. You want to talk about maybe Coastal Road? There are so many other roads to be fixed across the country. I don't think that is a priority. You know, so this is something that should concern us. But unfortunately, the assembly that is a rubber stamp, that is, you know, that just whatever happens, okay, or your mandate will stand. Let's just stamp it, let it go. And I hope, I don't know, I'm just worried. And every Nigerian should be worried about it.
Yes, I think Nigerians are also worried. We're going to be taking the last newspaper this morning, Daily Sun. And Tinubu talks tough. That's a major headline on Daily Sun. Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings. Orders manhunt of perpetrators. Benue months gunmen kill 15. At Ugboju community. We've been talking about insecurity, but this is what is catching my attention in Daily Sun. Wike welcomes Fubara back to Rainbow Coalition. How good is this for Rivers State?
For me, this is all ridiculous what is going on in that. It's like a comical act, like we're in a circus. Rivers politics, I don't understand. Today you hear that they welcome themselves back. Tomorrow you hear another thing again. I'm not, frankly, as an individual, I don't even care about the jokes between the two of them. They're just jokers. You know, I would just say to the Rivers people, be discerning, know what's good for you, and vote for the right and the best person, the people that have the best interests of Rivers people.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much for the newspaper review. We have to go back to Benin, where the continuation of TMI is.
Thank you for having me, as always.
All right, now, so good to have you back on the program this morning on ITV from Benin. And we're going to be taking the very first discussion segment of this morning from here. And we're looking at the deregistration of ADC and other 4 political parties, and of course re-registering them back now. So that's you know, what we're going to be looking at. I mean, this the fallout of yesterday's judgments of the appeal court in Abuja that ruled that it nullifies the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja that ruled that ADC and these other 4 political parties cannot stand. And the parties that were involved, the ADC, the Action Alliance Accord, and of course the party Zenith Labour Party and Action People's Party. Then the reasons that were given was that the suit was filed by the National Forum of Former Legislators, and the appeal court held it was not a juristic person and had no legal capacity to sue. Then, of course, we also have the reason that has to do with there was no competent suit before the trial court to justify the registration. Then also, the Federal High Court proceeded despite an earlier appeal court order to stay proceedings. The appellate panel called it judicial impertinence or judicial rascality. So that's just the major reasons that were given. So we're going to be looking at what this implies for the ADC. And joining us this morning, we have Mr. Kennedy Odio, who is the ADC chairman in Edo State. And also, we're expecting Kelly Ogbaloy into the program too. And the program goes on. All right, so Mr. Kennedy Odio, nice to have you on the program.
Thank you, my brother. Good morning, Edo State. Good morning, Nigeria. This morning.
Okay. Now, the registration and deregistration of the ADC has, been a major talking point, recently. Now, I remember about fortnight ago, we had you on this same issue and, relating to ADC. So, how do you react to this latest development?
Yes, yesterday it was on a certain mood for us as a party, though we have always known that judgment of the Federal High Court registering our party cannot stand the test of time, because looking at the merit of the case, ADC has already surpassed and meet all the requirements to remain on the ballot. So for us, it was just a trial as a party that we know that we were certainly going to overcome those challenges. But yesterday, the court has made a pronouncement that for this first instance, the Federal High Court has no reason whatsoever to even entertain that matter, because even the people who filed the case against the ADC and four other political parties have no legal jurisdiction to have done so. So for us as a party, we welcome the judgment, and it's a welcome development for us. And we're happy. When Nigerians are also happy, because democracy thrives when there is a healthy competition.
Right, so I have my co-anchor, Wilson Omasho, who's also here. Wilson.
Comrade, some of the people of this judgment, nullifying the first judgment of the Federal High Court, will deepen this factionalism in your party. How true is this, knowing fully well that, according to the former judgment, and I quote, David Mark-led faction, and right now, it's like from this judgment, nullifying the other judgment, he's back. None of these will deepen the division in your party.
Not at all. It's a separate judgment. The other judgment that nullified the Congress and Convention, then barring INEC from recognizing the actions of David Mark-led faction of our party, is a separate suit entirely, which was an intra-party administration. You understand? So this one was the committee they called the forum of former legislature coming out to say the party is not fit to be on the ballot, that they have not met the constitutional requirements, that INEC ought to have registered the party before now. So that was the suit before the court. And the annual judgment yesterday says that every requirement by law for ADC to remain on the ballot and INEC registration is valid. We have won our election, we have even met the 25% requirement, and so on and so forth. So ADC as a party, we don't even have anything that has to do with the registration to further deepen our crisis in factionalizing the party, not at all. We are focused on how to prosecute the campaign for 2027. That's what we are doing right now.
Okay. Now, for most political observers, this recent development now seems to I don't want to say, use the word confused, them, because we understand that about some 15 days ago that there was another appeal court judgment. That's about 15 days ago that says that ADC's ward local government state congresses, that court set aside a federal high court decision on internal party elections and said INEC should not recognize activities of the Mark-led caretaker leadership. Now this whole thing, I wanted to react to this last 15 days judgment, if you like, alongside with the recent development now.
The recent development of the Court of Appeal yesterday validates the party's stance to remain and participate in 2027 general election. What happened in the last 15 days, the appellant court heard the judgment of the Federal High Court saying that the David Mark-led faction have no rights, constitutional rights by our party constitution and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to have conducted that Congress. In short, as a matter of fact, it was regarded as a kangaroo Congress and convention. So that one is a separate suit that was filed by the Forum of Chairmen of the ADC, the state chairman of the ADC, and their executive. So what that judgment states is that the executive of the ADC at the state level remain valid until a valid convention. And what they mean by valid convention is a convention that would be all-inclusive, where all the state chairmen would have been involved. So that was what the court upheld. This one is separate from that judgment. That judgment is they were to exclude ADC from participating in general election. That was their prayer. So the prayer of the Forum of Former Legislature was to exclude ADC and other four political parties from participating in the 2027 general election. Whereas the judgment of the appeal court for the prayer of the state chairman and their executive was the Congress and the convention that was held by David Mark-led faction was invalid. It was not in accordance with our constitution and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That was our prayer, which appeal court heard the judgment of the Federal High Court.
All right, now, as it stands right now, thank you so much for clarity, but does it not mean that David Mark's faction is still part of the ADC, or they are not part of the ADC? We need to know.
As a matter of fact, we are not saying they are not members of ADC. Every Nigeria has the right to belong to any political party. But as it stands now, in the eyes of the law, David Mark is not to be recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission. So they ought to recognize the Congress that was conducted by the state chairman after the Court of the Federal High Court delivered a judgment mandating us to go ahead and conduct the Congress, which we have done. So that is the valid Congress that is before the INEC right now, and the eyes of the law.
All right, now, we understand that this case may proceed to the Senate because, just to maybe, complete the circle of legal, issues around the ADC registration and all that. Now, does it bother the ADC that this position now is not the finality of the issue? It may get to the Supreme Court. How do you respond to that?
Well, it doesn't matter that before the court, the judge, as we know in Nigeria, they have the secret power to decide any matter that is before her. So for us, we pray that those that will be assigned to manage the affair of that judgment will come with the right frame of mind and look at the issue before her holistically and pronounce the right judgments. Justice must be fair, and justice must be seen that Nigerians are happy. You don't just deliver judgment that will be delivered simply because you want to deliver judgment. It will be seen in the eyes of the law, because the Supreme Court It's a because it's a court of precedent. So whatever happens there will become a law in Nigeria. So for me, there's no fear whether ADC will still remain on the ballot. ADC certainly will stand out in that judgment by the grace of God.
All right, now you just can't do politics in Nigeria without money. From what some pundits are saying, they are saying that the David Mark-led faction, you have the Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and some other big wig and money banks in that particular faction, since their own faction, so to speak, is not being favored in this judgment. Definitely there's going to be an implication when you talk about the financial muscle of the ADC. Do you feel that with the exemption, so to speak, or exclusion of the Mark-led faction, is it going to have an implication financially in terms of your campaigns and, of course, standing a chance of coming out tops in the forthcoming election?
You know, it just depends the way Nigeria look at who they want to become their president in Nigeria. When the obedience movement started in 2022, 2023, there was no financial muscle, quote unquote, but Nigeria queued behind him. So in the coming days, Nigeria will begin to see Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is not the only Nigeria that Nigeria has in mind to become their president. He has his followers, and our candidate also have his own followers. Every candidate that is going for this election will have their followers, and everybody will be bringing on board and bringing to the table what they have for Nigeria in 2027 if elected. So for that, for now, we can't say how the pendulum is going to swing, but for me, I can tell you of it true. ADC has been registered in the heart of Nigerians, and our candidate, by the grace of God, after the final list is out, where we believe that our candidate will do well, and Nigeria will be ready to queue behind him as well.
Now, your party is not united. Is that what you're saying right now?
No, like I told you the last time we had this conversation, I said the talk for unity and for reconciliation is ongoing. We had series of meetings after that judgment of the appeal court, and the talk is still ongoing. So, by the grace of God, we believe we are going to unravel every mystery surrounding the challenges we have as a party. But the only thing that is constant is change. So there might be some changes in the coming days, and we also urge Nigerians to be patient with us as we begin to pass through these hurdles, and certainly we're going to come out of it strong, as a matter of fact.
Now, the whole thing borders on time, because we're looking at an election time frame now, months run in less than, I think less than about 5 months, about 5 months ago for the presidential election, of course, the general election. And the position before now, the deregistration that the Federal High Court gave on ADC, some people say that it maybe kind of scatter the camp. Let me use the word now, scatter the camp of the ADC. Now, with this recent development now, looking at the time too, do you think that ADC as a party still has enough time to recoup and, face this magnitude kind of election that we're talking about?
Well, that can be in the media space that Nigeria people are talking about that how we need to see it go. But for us as a family, we don't really see this as a challenge because, a clash for value and clash for position and all of that is a normal thing in the political space. So all these are part of the processes leading to election. So that does not really weaken our position to come out strong in this election. So for us, all these things will be put behind us in no distance time. So we are strong. We are strong.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the candidate, and of course you go down to the NDC if everything is done decently and of course in order. You have Gregory Peter B as their candidate, and you kept on saying our candidate. Who is the candidate of the ADC? And if it's not the person that Nigerians are, like, hoping for him to be vis-a-vis Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, does he have the right to appeal the judgment?
The Atiku Abubakar is not the party structure. Political party presents candidates of their choice. No candidate is independent. So we are not going to be seeing Alhaji Atiku Abubakar on the ballots. What we're going to see on the ballots on that day of the election is ADC and every other political party. So what we are selling is the ADC, and we are going to present our own candidates to Nigeria. And the manifesto and the programs that we are going to be presenting to Nigeria that will better the lives of Nigeria is what we are going to be selling. So whether President Bola Tinubu, Obi, and every other political party, it's not going to be three horses as you can imagine right now. So many things is going to happen before election. There are so many things that will unfold before election that will make you see that Nigerians have a divergent views going for this election 2027. So it's going to be an interesting time, by the grace of God.
The question, sir, who is your candidate? That was the question.
Yes, my candidate as of today is Dumebika Atiku. That is the candidate we elected on the platform of ADC when we had our convention. The one the court has recognized as of today.
That means you have two factions already. Please, Evans.
All right, so let's...
Not just two factions. There is another faction led by...
We want you to respond.
We have another faction led by Bala Nafi Gombe. He has another presidential candidate, Professor Chris Uba. So it's three factions right now. So at the end of the day, when the final list of the candidate will be out,
we'll take a short
so
pause
we know who is the candidate of the ADC.
After which, when we return, we'll bring Kelly Ogbaloy, the former Labour Party chairman, and of course, chairman emeritus of the Labour Party, is on the standby. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television this morning on ITV, and we are looking at the registration or deregistration of the ADC that has been a major talking point politically in the country for some time. And only yesterday we had the appellate court, the Court of Appeal in Abuja, given a judgment that ADC cannot be deregistered because of several reasons. Now, we have Kelly Ogbaloy, who is also joining us virtually this morning, the former chairman of Labour Party in Edo State and also chairman emeritus of Labour Party in Edo State. Mr. Kelly, nice to have you on the program.
Good morning, Evan. It's my pleasure being with you once more again.
Okay, now we want you to respond to the developing stories around the ADC as a party. Good enough that they've gotten a laudable judgment by the appeal court yesterday in Abuja. But as it stands now, it looks as if that the ADC is a house that is divided against itself. I mean, take for example a situation whereby there are factions within the party. Factions loyal to certain individuals, in the party. Now, how does this, position the ADC? I mean, vis-a-vis the 2027 presidential election, what does it mean for the ADC? Are they ready for this election at all?
Well, thank you again, Evans, and my brother there with you. Well, you see, political situations are quite quite a dicing, matters that you may not be able to exactly hold to the ground and say precisely this is what is going to be, because in the history, or rather at the culture of politics, is that even when it is worse for a political party you think it's not going to succeed, at the end of the day they are able to apply internal mechanism and you find them running. And so to that extent, we may not be able to say ADC is quenched as it is now. But I can agree with you that it's debilitating enough for anybody to be scared that the current situation of it will not, is likely to define ADC not to be able to participate actively or to the extent of being firm to win an election as it were today. So, but because these are things that are quite coming with various societies, today the courts will say yes, the next day the courts will say no in Nigeria. So it's not easy to say ADC is completely out.
Right, Wilson Marshall.
Yeah, well, he said it's not an issue that ADC is completely out, but this also affected the party because you people have the same situation, ADC and 4 other political parties. I believe that your party right now will heave a sigh of it, but do they have factions also in your party that may want to contest the candidacy of Gregory Peter Obi Obaloi?
Yeah, but let me quickly correct that our situation is far different from that of ADC. First of all, ADC is quoted by those who took them to court as not who have been able to meet the threshold, the constitutional threshold of 25%, and is conspicuously enlisted as one of those political parties said to be deregistered or deregistered. But that is not the case of Labour Party. Without necessarily going to haggle or this, yes, we have our internal issues, but it's not on the records of government that is one of the parties that is said to be deregistered. Well, yes, we have, we can't exactly say a faction now because, yes, the court removed Barrister Julius Abure and installed Nenadi Usman. Now, after which there was a convention which legitimized the position of Nenadi Usman as of today. So when you say we have similar problems, I think that's not the correct situation. Or rather, thematically, we have a fight here, we have a fight there. Maybe that gives you the leverage to say we have similar problems, but we are not set to be deregistered.
Earlier on, we asked, our guest, who is also on set with you this morning, about the time frame. Whether, as it stands now, if ADC has enough time to still continue to prepare for the election. Because before now, we heard, I mean, for also the media, we hear all sort of things and all that. When the Federal High Court in Abuja deregistered ADC and other political parties, that was probably a bombshell in the camp of the ADC, a situation that made a lot of party members to leave the camp and went to other parties. So this current situation now is going to probably make them to return back, to the party. So this flip-flop nature of the situation that ADC has found itself, do you think ADC still has enough time to put themselves together, for next year's election? We also want to get your views on that, sir.
Yes, quite frankly, Evans, what is happening in ADC is sufficient to settle anyone. And it's also sufficient to agree that the time limit is so close that you cannot be sure what effort they can deploy, to make themselves, firmly responsible to be part of what is going to happen politically next year. But that having been said, also, I mentioned that, well, it's usually like magic, in a political situation today in Nigeria, that even a political party, which from observation have been seen to be down and out, suddenly springs up because springs up and he starts participating in the political activity. So that again is not making us to be too sure of what can happen. But literally, yes, the situations are bad enough that anybody can conclude that it requires to participate in the elections.
All right, now let's move straight down to Odia. Yes, Comrade Akedi Odia, I hope you're still there with us. Now, you mentioned you have 3 factions in your party. Peradventure, God chooses to answer your prayers and ADC comes out tops. Do you think that it will not end the litigation, knowing fully whether you have 3 factions in your party?
Yes, like I said when the final list of the candidates by the umpire will be out, then ADC will become one. Except those who are not party members or that has the interest of a particular candidate in their heart to say, this is the reason why I'm following the party. Every political party have their issues, and they also have their way of resolving their issues. Just like my brother said, Comrade Kelly Obalo, political party crisis can be resolved within the shortest time you can imagine, depending on the negotiating power that is available. So what we are facing as a party right now is value class. And like I said, we are going to overcome them in no distance time, because the talks are ongoing. Like the one we have in our faction that says, this is the constitutional way of doing things. We want it to be done in this order. And the court has ruled in that same direction. Then the issue of legislation by the grace of God.
Let me read out some of the reactions. Then probably asked the question why the chairman of your own faction has not reacted to this judgment. Now, the reactions, Article Media Office called the judgment a landmark judgment and a boost for democracy. Then we also have the one that has to do with IPAC, who hailed the verdict restoring ADC and the 4 other political parties. Then David Mark now, according to you, the factional chairman of the party, he has urged members to intensify grassroots mobilization ahead of the 2027 presidential election. But your own chairman, on your own faction, has not reacted. Why, if we may know?
Okay. Yes, actually, our reaction last night, we were having a meeting when that was done. So I believe the publication will be out today. We have reacted, it's just that it's not in the media space last night. So before the close of today, you will see all our reactions and commendation of the appellant court for that judgment. We have done so last night.
I will come back to you shortly. Let's get straight down to Kelly Ogbalo. Well, Kelly, from what Comrade Odio said, he said that this is not going to be a 3-horse race like it was in the last election. This time around, it might just be a 4-horse race. What do you feel about that? Is it going to be a 3-horse race or 4, perhaps 5-horse race in the forthcoming election? Kelly.
Well, whatever race that will be, I think the holders of the party, like Odio, my friend there, will understand it better, what kind of race it will be. It will not be for me to be able to know exactly, but from the layouts, it's not a simple job. The races are 3, it's already multiple, and so I don't know how the party is going to contend with the situation of 3-horse race within a party. But however, he has also mentioned, just like I alluded, that political party have very elastic resilience, to get things done within their party. That mechanism of getting settled very quickly and falling into duties is always been inherent in the operations of political parties. So for me, whether it is 4 or 5 horse race, as it were, there's a contemplation, and the people there are very optimistic that it will ultimately reduce to a single horse race at the end of the day when the publication that will bring the candidate of the party out. Because at that point in time, the result is that you will be working for the party, notwithstanding who is the candidate at this time around. So for me, determining the races that will be at this time is at the behest of the political party, like it's said by Audio, who is on the set as well.
Kelly Ogbaloy, apart from Ademola Adeleke, that's the Osun State governor that has come out to react. I mean, he also praised the judgment because this judgment has saved his own party, that's the Accord Party. Now, other political parties that are involved, they seem not to be interested. I mean, we really don't hear anything. We've not heard anything from them since this judgment. Now, what do you think is going on in their minds? Are they trying to leave it up for the ADC? After all, maybe the ADC at the end of the day may not be able to contain the All Progressives Congress. That's the ruling party in the country. I mean, their silence is kind of suspicious. What do you think?
Well, yes, I think silence is suspicious. Yes, that is the way it should be taken, because silence may not ultimately mean, in the old understanding of it is that when you are silent on an issue, you may just be acquiesced to whatever is brought. But in some circumstances, to be silent means deep thinking, planning inward strategically, so that whatever you want to do will not be seen immediately until it is executed. So on the part of those political parties, I am thinking that, yes, they may not be answering or making statements or go into outright media discussions on this matter, but they have an internal planning of what to do about this. But again, I would say that however deep-rooted their planning may be, why they are silent, it would have been much more reasonable to at least make a statement. So for me, I am unable to be exact on what is the reason why they are not, coming out to either hear the judgment or deny it. I won't be in position to be able to say that exactly. But I think what would have been normal, ordinarily, is to speak up on the matter.
All right, let's move straight down to Comrade Kennedy Audio. I believe that you are still there. Now, there is allegations leveled against the ruling All Progressives Congress, saying that they do have a hand or two in what is happening in other political parties that led to this litigation. Now, from this judgment, can you now say whether or not that the ruling party is really behind this?
Accusing the ruling party for eternal woes and is a norm in the political system, especially political party. So it's part of the propaganda made by some political party. But what has happened yesterday has also vindicated the ruling party from being infiltrated into the party. But the situation where we saw the FGF, joining in that suit was a concern to us as a political party. So somebody of that nature should not be entangled in such a scramble of other political parties, having been a cabinet and a card-carrying member of a political party that is in power. So that raised a lot of concern that people would have seen the Attorney General of the Federation now joining a suit to deregister other political parties. That means your interests and the interests of the APC is to see that no political party exists. So it was normal for any political party to think in that direction. But yesterday, the court has redeemed myself from that insinuation and perception in the space that they are not biased and they are going to follow what the law states. So for us yesterday, that has been laid to rest, except the Supreme Court will pronounce otherwise.
Now, some analysts are of the opinion that this judgment is probably a time for the ADC to put themselves together. I mean, as it stands now, I mean, we hear of coalition, you know, among political parties and all that. Now, so what they are saying is that this is a time for ADC to coalesce. I mean, for the separate camps to come together so that they can be one entity. What's your words to that? What are your reactions to that? Kelly Ogbaloy. There. Now, Wilson Omasho.
Yeah, I think you can direct that question to Comrade Kennedy.
Kennedy Odio.
Yeah.
Now, Comrade Kennedy Odio, are you still there? Comrade Kennedy Odio. Okay, I think we're having, you know, we'll just get back to them. Now, Wilson Omasho, so like what we're trying to say, I think it's also time for the ADC to coalesce, you know.
I believe Kennedy is about to answer your question.
Kennedy, you back there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, it's about time for we as a party, because Nigeria are actually looking up to us for a healthy competition. We as a political party, we are also concerned and worried about the situations of our party right now, because it is not healthy for us, because the house that is divided against itself, as they say, cannot stand. So we are doing everything within our reach right now to see how we can actually put ourselves together and lay all the differences to rest and come out strong, because Nigeria still have hope in us. Because when I saw the jubilation across board yesterday, it was obvious that people still believe that ADC has all it takes to actually answer the questions of Nigeria. So for us as a party is for we to quickly take advantage of the euphoria of the judgment of yesterday and make amends. Because like I always say, let those who think, quote unquote, that they are up there, let them come down from their high horses and respect the rule of law and come down to a level where we can actually have a common ground to strike a balance. Because that's what is important right now. Because if you check the political narrative, Nigeria want to see alternative. So I think ADC supposed to be that alternative to Nigeria. So for us, we want all our leaders to see this as an opportunity to unite ourselves again and come out strong. So we are doing everything within our reach. Currently, I am in Abuja right now. These are some of the reasons why I'm here. So by the grace of God, in the coming days, Nigeria will be hearing good news from ADC.
That is not Uhuru yet for the ADC. For instance, you mentioned a name that belongs to the APC that was part of that suit. Someone saying that, look, this might just be a kind of a pleasure to speak to make you feel as if you are there, of which you might not be. The talk about coalition. You as a chairman of the ADC in Edo State, of course, take a look at Nigeria, get to realize that the numbers, or will I say the weight of ADC is not enough, so to speak, right now to really give the ruling party, APC, a fight for their money. Now, what is the probability of you forming a coalition with all political parties to have a stronger base to at least stand a chance of, you know, standing toe-to-toe with the APC, knowing fully well that Gregory Peter Obi, that was one time a member of the ADC, chose to pitch camp with the NDC?
Follow the trajectory of our elections. You will discover that what happened 6 months to election, what happened 3 weeks to election, and what happened 2 days to election, and what happened the eve of elections are things that you cannot imagine. So for we to say this is what is going to happen in the 2027 election race right now is still a talk in the air. For me, there are enough time for Nigeria to still decide who they are going to vote for in 2027. So many things are still going to happen that you'll be surprised that, how come this thing happened like this? Because Nigerians are people that rationalize a lot, they have their mind. So I believe when the campaign starts properly you begin to see things unveiling. So there are so many things to talk about. Issue based that Nigeria can see and hold on to, that this thing, if delivered on such mandate, Nigeria can be a better place for every one of us to live. So by the grace of God, we are doing all of this. We are putting all our machineries in place, everything. You know, the scramble in ADC does not stop us from planning ahead of time. So we are still planning. So those, all those you are seeing, they are just in the space, and the medias are the one who are preparing them. For us, we are already seeing them behind us, as a matter of fact.
Kelly Ogbaloy, I little wonder whether we still have you there. Mr. Kelly Ogbaloy.
Yeah, I'm back. I had a small issue with network, and I think I managed to get back.
Well, let's try to hear Kelly Ogbaloy now. Kelly Ogbaloy, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, now, you know, I want you to look at the expression. Well, I know you are not a lawyer, but at times when we, you know, look at these expressions at times, we also begin to try to explain them in our own words and probably see how they don't reoccur. I mean, the expression of judicial rascality, judicial impertinence, those were the two expressions that the appeal court, you know, gave yesterday. Now, those words were used, you know, against the Federal High Court because for the appeal court, there was a ruling before that ordered the you know, Federal Court to stay, that ordered the party to stay execution, or that ordered the Federal High Court to stay execution. But the you know, Federal High Court still went ahead to deregister these you know, parties. Now, my question is, shouldn't there be some level of you know, I don't want to use punishment now, but some level of bringing you know, this situation you know, under control, so that because we're looking at something that went with time, money was spent, time was wasted, and all that, and at the end of the day, we are saying is judicial rascality or judicial impertinence.
Well, you have also captured it when you say I'm not a lawyer. Of course, I'm not. Well, rudimentarily, we are able to look at things and make opinions, not necessarily because we are lawyers. I think it was a face saving from the courts, because whether you call it High Court, Appeal Court, whatever, you have judges there. And then these lower courts are supposedly supervised by the higher courts, as the case may be. So for the appeal court to come and tell the world that what happened in the lower court was judicial rascality and all the rest of it is face saving as far as I'm concerned. Because in some circumstances, if you historically want to look at what is being happening, you find that there are several occasions where even the appeal court goofed itself. So I think the judgment itself is likely to be serving a purpose, if you ask me, because in the way they came, they cannot, you know, be using such languages. You know, in fact, again, it is determined to confuse the public the more. That's the point I make here, because. You know, when they have all goofed, they try to again come around and tell us some English to, you know, placate. Otherwise, why will a high court, who is already aware that it was a stay of judgment, you know, have to go ahead and give judgment ultimately on the same matter? Why? And then, if that is grievous, is it the judicial rascality alone that should be the penalty for such gross misconduct by a court? You know, so I'm saying that they are one in one, and they are deceiving the public, the courts especially. This is my view.
I'd like to throw this question to Comrade Kennedy Odia. Remember, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar said something, was it yesterday after the judgment, that politics or democracy should be left for the people to decide without courts interference. Do you feel that this will work? Do you feel that politicians in Nigeria, they have this penchant of always running to court if it doesn't favor them? That if that Nigerian democracy can go without judicial interference?
The people demand the statement is credited to has also gone to court to challenge the outcome of an election before. So the people will always have their say. So when they are not satisfied, judiciary is the common ground for we to redress or seek redress of any outcome of political crisis. So for anybody to say that election or political activity should be led for the people, not the judiciary, there will always be a class of value. Human beings are always right in their own eyes. So it takes the judicial intervention for the correct interpretation to be made. So judiciary for me is a grant to correct what the average politician would not want to see happen to them. So for us, the judiciary will always be there to correct every abnormalities in the process. So, well, judiciary, if judiciary is not there, we as a common people, the oppression will be too much. They can interpret the constitution of the party to their own favor. You see somebody who did not participate in the primary, you see his name being registered in the ANEC portal. So what do you make all of this? So there is no politician that wants anything against him himself. So everybody wants to have their way in every activity and every action. So it takes the judiciary to correct these abnormalities in the process. So judiciary still remain the common ground to correct the abnormalities of political parties.
All right, now, Kelly Ogbalo, the very last question. I mean, millions of people are watching this program right away. And we started by introducing you as Chairman Emeritus of Labour Party in Edo State. Well, this may not be connected, but for the purpose of the fact that we're talking about politics, a lot of persons want to hear, I mean, from you, what is the position of Labour Party in Edo State today?
Well, quite it's apt that you ask this question. I will tell you very clearly that the position of the party in Edo State is in a terrible mess. As of today in Edo State, you cannot exactly identify who is the chairman of the party in Edo State. However, the national is scrambling to see how it can put things together and give a proper executive establishment to Labour Party in Edo State. But let me quickly say, these quagmires are not particularly, being Labour Party Edo State. It's happening in 19 states because the Congress is ordered by Nenadi Usman and Invesco in Abuja was marked with gross irregularity, with persons unknown to this party trying to take it over by force and by coup, whichever way. And so those who have been in this Labour Party as far back as this many years, who developed it to the level when Obi came in 2022, had said no to those anomalies. And so the situation of Labour Party in Edo State is not a good one.
Gentlemen, I think we have to draw the conclusion of this discussion this morning. Gentlemen, I want to say a very big thank you. Kelly Ogbalo, the former chairman of Labour Party and chairman emeritus of Labour Party in Edo State, and also Kennedy Odio, the factional chairman of ADC in Edo State. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we understand that costs were awarded against the plaintiffs, the forum of former legislators in Nigeria that took the case to court. So I would just hope and pray that they will be able to pay the costs. Now,
they have the money. They have the money.
Cost go to? Does it go to the courts, or it goes to the ADC now?
Well, it goes to. Well, as if we're wasting the time of the court, of course, it goes to the court. And of course, there's some also for the ADC, but all the same, these guys, they have the money. Don't pity them, they know what they are doing.
All right, so we'll take a short pause now, and we'll make preparations to join Lagos, where we have our discussion next. Be stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome to our Lagos for the continuation of This Morning on ITV. Uremu Gabriels. This morning I have Dr. Victor in the studio to co-anchor with me. I'm very pleased here with me this morning. Doctor?
Good morning.
It's good to see you again.
Always a pleasure.
Okay, so we also, as usual, one of our guests in the house, call him family now, we have Dr. Sam Wasinda. Dr. Sam Wasinda is joining us this what will you say the significance of, or what diplomatic message has the president sent to them in this snubbing?
Do you even think that, I don't even think that they picked any signal from it. I don't think so. And I'll tell you my reasons. You see, when we are discussing this morning, started close to 2 decades now. This is as far back as 2008, when this phobia actually started. And over time it has grown. Between 2022 and 2025, we have it more terrible. This year only is just too, crazy. So for them to even think of coming, these are the things they should have done. Don't forget that I think sometime in October 2025, if my memory serves me right, we also asked some envoy who also came, and they had a meeting, I think, in Abuja, where they came up with a warning mechanism resolution, sort of, whereby whenever this kind of thing will come, the government will alert Nigeria, and they will go into some kind of, conversation and see how it can be averted or properly managed. This was around October 2025. And these people have laid back. When this incident came, that's aspect of that conversation was not brought into light. Nigerian government were not in the picture. We were even trying to see how we could communicate with them, but the situation keep pushing until we got to where we got to. And then coming to the fact that, at some point, sometime in June, they were now giving June 30th. For me, this is a large window for the government of South Africa to actually have done something, because they have the political power, they have the power of the law to have put in place in motion. Diplomatically, there are ways, if you want to inject illegal immigrants in your country, there are appropriate way to do it, not this, pattern. So for me, I just feel like you don't allow things to get damaged, allow the milk to spill, and then you want to come and sit on the round table. The one we've done in October, what is the outcome? This is where we are. And then they still have the nerves, to come in and say they want to have a conversation. For me, I feel like the government of the day is even lenient to them. We should be more harder.
Okay, this. Okay, I feel you. This thing, there was a deadline, June 30.
Yes.
Dudula and Co. So the movement and the rest, they gave Jacinta and her group, they gave this deadline. South African government was there. Nothing happened. The world was talking. Nothing happened. Why do you think that suddenly? Or what has changed? Why is South Africa suddenly interested in having a dialogue when they had every opportunity before June 30 to talk and to do something?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Whether you believe it or yes, they cannot tell us otherwise. And if they want to prove otherwise, then they should speak to the whole world to tell us otherwise. They profit indirectly or directly in this mess.
How?
Because if they don't profit, they would have kicked against it. When you are giving 30th, don't forget that this thing is a target against foreigners. So it does not even affect them as a nation. That's how they felt. But at every point they do this thing, they go back on a round table with the government of the country they've done this to, and then they tend to give them, a lenient and then an easy passage. And that is the reason why they keep repeating it. For me, I feel that I think it is time for African nation to put a stronger measure to this. And I think now is the time, so that this nonsense will not repeat. Otherwise, I can tell you for free that the next xenophobia that will happen, it will not be funny. Because this is built over time. So you should expect that the next episode after this episode will be more deadly than what you are seeing. And the only thing that can make it not to work is that the government of not just Nigeria, the government of Africa should be able to put a very strong diplomatic pressure on the South African government, so that they will know that this thing, we are not in party to it, and as long as you continue this thing, we will disengage whatever ties we have with you. So I feel that the reason why they do this and they still come is because they know that Africans will always want to listen to them. And I don't know what is so special about them.
Okay, what's it that you're talking tough like this?
Yes.
Don't forget we still have some Nigerians who have overstayed in South Africa and are still stranded. They are still there. So talking tough, do you think that will help their case?
Well, the case is already spoiled because the xenophobia is still going on as we still speak. The tension is still very high in South Africa. It's just unfortunate that we have a government too, when it comes to the way they are handling things. It doesn't stop our government from evacuating them as quick as possible. But again, like I said, some time ago when we discussed this on this studio, I still said that we still have some Nigerians, despite the xenophobia, they will not want to return. So you don't rule those facts out of it. But again, so when you talk about some Nigerians who are still there, some of them just choose not to come back. And then we have those who
we have the videos, circulating. Some Nigerians who overstayed their visa and wants to come back.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say now, that the government of the day, which is the government of Nigeria, they should come up with a more strategic way of lifting Nigeria, not just only in South Africa, but in any part that there is crisis that is similar like this. Well, there's a way we respond to things. We are not proactive in this part of the country. We only want to react when the damage or the havoc has already been done. Otherwise, between that June, they gave the other people from that country to June 30th, it's enough time, enough window if we have a plan, a policy that will always take Nigerians out of, trouble whenever it comes around the world. Other nations have them as a system. The moment it starts, before it gets to that heated, time, there's a lift, of those people who wants to leave the country. So, but unfortunately, this is again where we find ourselves, that the government of the day is also part of the reason why they are doing what they are doing.
But the government of the day said they have, lifted those Nigerians in South Africa that are to be lifted back home, and they've done that, and that chapter is
how did they come with the numbers and the people that they said needed to be lifted? What measure did they put? What was the yardstick the federal government used?
Okay,
so because we have Nigerians there. Are you saying that those ones who are there are not Nigerians, or we have denied them? There should be a system.
No,
even if you have even if you have a plan to lift 500 and you realize that you have about 105, if you can be sure of their nationality, why not leave them? If you have a problem with them, when you bring them here, you treat the problem. But you don't leave them in the midst of the crisis simply because you feel that you have lifted some. They are Nigerians, for crying out loud.
Okay, it's okay to get emotional and get worked up.
I don't know.
Nigerians, but I want to. Do the South Africans not have a right to feel the way they feel when they have said, go back and fix your country? Okay? Leave our country alone. Their anger, people come, they are not documented, and they remain. Nigeria tempting thing to Ghanaians. Do the South Africans not have a point to say with people who are not come and overstay, who are undocumented, probably not being productive or adding to our economy?
They have the right, but there should be a diplomatic policy on how to get those people out of your country, not by killing them. Not by seizing their businesses, by destroying, by looting their businesses. That method is wrong, and what is wrong is wrong.
Okay. Can you suggest what that method should be, how this should have been done?
Okay. This is not the first time.
It could have been Nigeria, for instance. They could have been the ones here. How do you think the government should have handled it?
Even in America, we have people who had gone in, they have not come out. We have them in Europe. Did they kill them? No, I'm trying to respond to what you asked me. Is it by killing or by looting their businesses?
No, not really.
There should be a measure. This is exactly what we are saying. You see, South Africa is just unfortunate that even if you were going to do this, but not to Nigerians, these are the countries who stood and fought for them when they were helpless and hopeless.
No, I think that for me right now, that is over. That's been overstated. It's taken for granted that Nigeria, but you cannot keep quoting that forever. The point now I'm saying is, these people are now in this country. They are constituting, some are constituting a nuisance, not just Nigerians. Some of the people there, you find them in crimes, you find that they are undocumented, and it's creating a problem. The people may have a point. That's what I'm asking you, and I want to just take it gently, is to say, if you were South Africa's president, what method would you adopt? So that we can record, what would you adopt? How should they have handled it?
For me,
both at the government level, that will make both the police, the immigration, and the citizens handle this matter in a way that is better.
Very simple.
Okay.
There's already a bilateral agreement between our government. We don't have an issue. First is to discuss with the government of the country concerned. We have illegal gangs from your country here, and we're trying to get them back home. And so it has to be a two-way thing. We need a help from your government so that you can also provide with more information, because some of these people would have disappeared when they came, and some of them would have changed some certain things about themselves. Meanwhile, when we get rid of such people, when we communicate your country, you'll be able to help us out in making sure that their repatriation is properly done. It's a diplomatic, arrangement that should have been done. It has nothing to do with the individual citizen harassing or terrorizing fellow people and killing them. It wouldn't get to that point. So when you have that, then you also set up a system within your country. Probably there are several means, maybe means of transportation. You can come up with some system that will help you track them. That once you don't have this, then automatically you want to know why you don't have X, Y, Z. And it could be whatever, I don't know whatever it could be, but it could be system. And then it will come with a form of ID or number or something. And once you don't have it, you can't have access to some certain things. And so by the time you get to that point, because you will show have it. Brother, please sit one place. How come you don't have this? And then we begin to chat. By the time we chat that you are from Nigeria or any part of the African nation, we contact your government because there's already a diplomatic arrangement on it. And then based on that, we lift you and return you back to the country.
Okay.
Rather than just, individual see people who are foreigner go back to your country.
We already say we've already done that.
So for me, that is what I think should be done.
Okay, Dr. Victor, I want to follow up on the question that you just asked. Now, all of this is happening. We are looking at those that overstayed in South Africa who are not documented, are not supposed to be. Don't you think we have South Africans in Nigeria too who are not documented? What do you expect Nigerian government to do?
You know why I laugh?
Why?
I don't even think that I know so many South Africans in this country.
Let's not go too far. Nigerians who are not Nigerians that are all over the place, they are undocumented.
So we don't even have a system. Everybody comes in here claim that they are Nigerian.
Yes.
It will interest you. Because this there's a general hospital around in Gondo General Hospital. One of these Fridays is a major bus stop. I saw a man. That's the first time I saw him, and I never saw him finish. When the bus and I saw that prayers came to meet him. He was actually charging them for national identity card. He will tell you if you want the paper. I think the paper is 2005. You won't appear. He will bring it back to you. If you want the plastic, I think that one is 4,000. There are three categories: 2005, 4,000, and 6,000. So they will give. All you need is you write your name at the back of your passport photograph that month. So these guys track of them. So this is the reason why, even if we have South Africans in this country who have overstayed, the government will be track of them. So again, it now returns back. You see, let me still touch a little from your question. You see, one of the reasons why I also believe that we have one of the blessed countries. If our country is working well, everything is doing well, I don't think anybody will want to go out and overstay it. I don't think so.
So it's system collapse.
So it is the system collapse that is even resulting to all this. Otherwise, how will you see somebody who wants to kill you and he tells you that he will kill you after 30th of June and you say you are not a tree? But the only reason is that you would have weighed the risk that it's better I'm killed in this country than I stay alive in my country. And when you get to that point, when you begin to choose death over a life in your country, it shows that there's a lot that should be looked inward in the nation. So unfortunately, even as we speak, I don't think even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu knows the total numbers of Nigeria. You keep hearing over 200, and is that not even in the media? Either some people will say we are 200 plus, some people will say we are 230. Tomorrow they will hear 240 million. Why is it difficult for us to have a targeted number? Can't we do a census?
Census is political in Nigeria.
So this is the challenge.
But
and you know, if you are planning and you don't have an accurate number, that again is also another form of a problem. That's a big challenge. That's why even if the Nigerian government said they want to plan, the plan cannot actually suit the figure, because you are planning on an estimated number of people that you are not even sure. So it could be more and it could be less than that, but nobody knows it tomorrow.
I want to add some bilateral ties. Okay, how should Nigeria balance protecting its citizens with maintaining strong bilateral ties?
I don't know why I'm laughing this morning, because you are asking me question that I'm trying to process quite a lot. You are talking about how do the Nigerian government have a relationship with their own citizens in the first place? How protective are we, even as Nigerians in Nigeria? What is the strong? Oh God, I don't want to go into security today, because all of these things, we are the security of ourselves. Some of the day had not even come up with a strong policy to protect within our country, not to talk about pushing a bilateral, protection side, the issue of the nation. I don't know how that's going to work. Okay, but for me, I feel I should start taking the life of every Nigerian. The government, should start taking the life of every Nigerian seriously. By the time we start putting value on every life and see that every life counts, then we can now begin to talk about strong measure. But until that point, no matter the measure they will put, it will not be as strong as you expected, because the value of life is still not respected the way it should, even within the country.
Still on that question, just to maybe put it in perspective. She has asked about the balance. Nigeria and South Africa have a good, on the business level, we're good, okay? At the AU level, we also have a good relationship as nations at that level. But of the citizens of the ground, particularly in South Africa, that's where an issue is. And so, I feel your sentiment, but what we would like you to, okay, without throwing the baby with the bathwater, how can we manage, juggle this shit? This xenophobia, we don't want to throw the baby with the bathwater. How can we still maintain a good relationship with them? Remember, there's a snub now. That could be the beginning of another thing. But maintain this good relationship, but also make sure that our people are safe. How can the government balance it? How can they manage it?
Communication, enlightenment campaign. Okay. You see, if my family and your family has, or I and you have a good relationship, the only way that relationship can continue is I have to communicate it properly to my family. The benefits of the mutual benefit of this relationship and how it affects them. Yes. So that the relationship will not just start with me and you. So government has some business relationship. The citizens of South Africa do not know the extent of that business relationship and the mutual fit of that relationship. Nigeria's equally do the same. Yeah. We don't, as I'm speaking to you now, I don't think I even know the business we're actually even doing with the South Africans. I cannot import this one is what our government and this government is doing. So to me, I think education and it should be the driving force. So that this business this country are enjoying that is benefiting us, and if we decide to make trouble, we stand to lose even as a citizen, and this is how it's going to affect us at large. I think we'll begin to think twice before we can step. I think again, the African continent has a problem with communication.
Okay, let's go back to look at it. We saw them on video clips. Do you think the South African government managed it properly?
For me, no, they did not. Because what I said to is that they have what it takes to stop The agitation was by the day, particularly when the 30th. I still remember before the 30th, the head of the leaders were actually leading that. And what resulted to it, I don't know the days. So for me, I believe that's why it was not proper managed, because they have politics to manage it. And like I said, how do they have managed it? They would have policy. I wouldn't say, even if I'm in now, that is, he has overstayed. Am I supposed to harass him? I should call the appropriate authority. I should look to them. If there's also a system in which I can allow the immigration, I need to have a number to call. From the way we discussed, I discovered ABCD. He does not even have a document. But may not have to really have to take him up on that, because it's not my duty. I'm not trained to do that. So if I identify something and let the appropriate government comes into it, because it's possible that when thinking that you don't have a document, or probably you misplace it. So in the course of interaction, they'll be able to sort it out. But when we now leave it in the hand of our citizens, so now have to forgetting that your citizens are also in. If the Nigerians decide now and say, okay, let's also go after the South Africans, we know that the loss will not be what we are discussing now. So what the truth about the matter is that for me, I think it will be a proper way and a proper policy that if you see something, you say something, but you don't need to take laws into your hand. For me, I feel that the citizens of South Africa took laws into their hand because the government did not also come away. There was no some key made towards that agitation to show that if you do this, this is exactly or eventually what is going to happen. So they have their feet. And like I said, don't forget, this is started 2008. So it has been over the time. So they understand how it comes in and goes out.
Yeah,
so that's just it.
This 2008, I want to look at the issue of accountability now. I think that Abuja stands, as the president stand, or Nigeria stand, the routine diplomatic assurances from Pretoria are no longer sufficient without legally binding things. And delayed pacts, one of which you mentioned earlier, like the early warning mechanisms. Do you think that it is a lack of trust on the commitment on the part of South Africa?
I think so. Don't forget that Nigeria has also pushed for compensation. And up to still deliberating on it. So when you came, as they are here now, what did they come to discuss with us? The issue of warnings and you ignore. We're asking for compensation, you say you are still on it. And then you are coming for us to sit on the table. Where's the meeting ground? For me, it's not in the part of the South Africa. For me, I feel, that's what I feel anyway. They are taking us for granted.
Taking for granted. Okay. Well, just this, sorry, please. The issue of taking for granted. Do you think that by sending their minister not to come and meet the president?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, does it show what South Africans think about this? How seriously they take it? Or do you think that Ramaphosa should have met with our president at that level? And was Tinubu right by sending a junior minister to meet with their minister?
That was what I said from the beginning of the interview, that Tinubu is nice. In fact, the man should be given a big thumbs up. In a country like Nigeria, which is the giant of Africa, they are sending a minister in such a sensitive matter like this. That is to tell you how they placed us. And if not because of the diplomatic position in the world, this kind of people, as they just enter, we'll just keep them here. We'll just seize them.
Your opinion.
My opinion, we'll just seize them. Leave them here. No, see how the president will now be able to come up and say, my people. Let's see how you present that matter.
Don't do that.
Okay. No, but that's what I said. If not because of the diplomatic, for me, I will just arrive. We'll just seize them.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
That's not the opinion of ITV. But anyway, Doctor had asked some of the questions I wanted to ask pertaining the president snubbing the envoy. just like you said, the South Africa government sent lower people to come meet our president. You were expecting that the president of South Africa would have come by himself. Okay. But now this snub, how do you think it will help in resolving these issues?
Well, you know, the good thing is that even when he snubbed them, he still allowed the Minister for State's Affairs to still have a meeting with them. For me, it's a level of honor he still gave to the envoy. So whatever it is, of course, he told them whatever is the outcome, it should be briefed. So that doesn't mean that he snubbed their president completely. At least he gave them an opportunity to air and state their purpose of their visit. So it is in the content of what they came with that I think it will now determine the direction the president will navigate to. So for me, I'm not prior to whatever is discussed as I speak here now. I don't know what was the conversation, but the snubbing for me, I think it sends a message that this is supposed to be the high and the mighty conversation. But since you have decided to make it this way, let me also keep the equal so that they can have that conversation. And then whatever comes out of the conversation as the president will now determine whether to go. Yes, both of them will be. So they will now know whether they need to now see or they need to leave it at that level. So for me, the president has done well by, taking it that way. That's why I say if it is me, it would have been the other way around. But thank God it's not me. It's somebody who is more educated or more enlightened and more diplomatic in managing the situation. Me, I wouldn't have been able to
around the presidency who advised. But again, it's getting more interesting. Now, if you notice, Ghana snubbed them as well, or refused to receive them. When Ramaphosa was requesting for audience, I don't know if they've met finally now. Not that both presidents have not met anyway. And other African presidents have begun to treat South Africa like, I don't know how to put it now. Some are even blocking their borders against them. What do you think are the long-term or the implications of what South African government's reaction? What do you think the implications are for their relationship with the rest of Africa and the world at large? And the world?
Okay, at this point, I would like to say that despite the behavior of the South Africans, we are still brothers. But you see, because we are brothers, does not mean that sometimes treat you in such a way that you should come back to your senses. So I feel that the African nation can do more. Close their borders. Probably when you start telling on them, they will not realize what they were doing against other African nations. They were themselves on the foot. And I think that's the why people like the Ghana president or the Ghanaians themselves refuse them from entering. That doesn't mean that now, but we are also trying to send the message. So Nigeria should also try to send the same message to them. And I think that is what the president did, snubbing the invoice that came. We are just trying to send a message. That doesn't mean that we have caught up and denied them from being brothers. But they should understand the implication of what they have done, particularly the citizens. See, there is no country that is designed to be an island. Every country needs each other because there are things that the input that other countries not make for yourself. But if you now feel that everybody has to go and fix their country citizen, and then the foreigners have left, they are in charge of it, they will let you know that you cannot survive alone. No country can survive alone.
Talking about surviving alone, what impact could these developments have on trade and investment?
In South Africa or here in Nigeria?
Both countries.
Well, Nigeria will continue to try because it's only one. The problem at South Africa have created is that too many people are going to cook food, have them.
How do you mean?
They have more enemies. If you have 20 nations that you have a problem, 20 nations are against you. It's different for somebody who has a problem with one nation and is friend with 19. So that's the case of Nigeria. So it's only the South Africans that for now we have xenophobia issues with. That will affect our business, whatever. We have relationship with others. And South Africa has to deal with so many. They have to deal with options. That is xenophobia issue. So you see that to deal with, if everybody decide to shut down at them and say, look, since you said we should fix our country, we are fixing our country, you also stay and fix your country. So you have no business coming here just like this invoice that came. Stay there and fix. You say we should fix. We are fixing our Why? So they stay there and feed your country. Why was
Therefore, it's like coming happening all over again. You remember the apartheid era? It was the whites that were discriminating against the blacks, and then the white. Now it's the blacks that are discriminating against blacks, and the world is also trying to isolate South Africans and the blacks. The blacks learn from what
again, like I said, communication, enlightenment. It's possible that most of these people who are in the street of South Africa doing this madness didn't really know what actually happened at that time. In Africa, we have a way of keeping hiding histories. Educate you over something. Somehow, whether it is out of...
No, but the generation that went through the still alive, they're not...
No, what I said, most of the people... I didn't all. I said most of the people on the street actually did what... If even if they were born, they were probably kids, so they didn't know so much. And they were not... Because like I said, if I have a relationship with you as a father, and I'm a father, I'm able to also indicate the level of that relation, my own family, for my wife, for my children, so that they should see you also and see your family also. I tell you for free that if me and you now have an issue, it is my family that will be telling me you cannot continue the fight because what you told us about this man, no, we won't allow you be in peace. I mean, in trouble with this man. But because that information was not properly communicated, which I did not properly communicated to this. That if there must be a joint fight, we should join fight and fight against enemies. So most of the African countries have terrorism problem. That is the thing we should be in, because when they are done with other countries, they may likely also infiltrate countries like South Africa. So we should be thinking of eliminating them from our continent, not fighting each other. But you see, when some of these orientation and informations are not properly communicated, these are the things you expect to see. So you can see that having come this long, this far, this is where is now African versus African, you know, trying to fight themselves and trying to displace themselves. Like you said, if the other Africans have overstayed, some of them are illegal immigrants, it should be proper to get them out of your country.
Okay, so what will you say is the reason why the South African president did not stand up, take charge of all started? Will you say he's afraid of his citizens or he's protecting them?
Well, I think I mentioned that when we began, but I stand to be corrected. I said maybe he's benefiting the South Africans indirectly or directly, because this thing is close now. So by now the government would have come up with a measure on how such things should not repeat itself. Between 2022 and 2025, do you know how many have taken place in between? That is enough for any government, strong disciplinary measure for such thing, for anybody that will think of anything that is close to that. So the government is not doing that. So whether they are afraid of the citizen or they are afraid of the policy, I don't know. But for me, like I said when you first asked me, the president of South Africa didn't do well. That's my opinion. And because I feel that he's the commander-in-chief, he has lots of powers in his hand. There are powers of laws that the House would have come up with that would have stopped this whole thing from happening, because all these things are backed up by policies and systems. If the systems are not there, you expect the same. Now, as we are speaking here, xenophobia is still ongoing. It's not that it has stopped. The tension is still high.
True.
So what are we saying? So the sign that, okay, you are even putting up a disciplinary measure after that June 30th, we're supposed to see some certain action still going on. But it looks like they are still having a field day, while the government is trying to see how it will reconcile with nation. For me, it's not adding up. Now, after reconciliation, let's even assume that, okay, the envoy that came finally say, oh, we are sorry for what happened, you know, it was one of those things, so no problem. In fact, Nigeria can come, the visa is free. Are you asking us to come and die?
Okay. So, the African Union and SADC, the body there, one ECOWAS, the South African Development, I don't know if it's Commission or whatever, SADC, and then
ECOWAS.
No, AU. What role do you think they should be playing in this matter? We talk about African Union, obviously. What role do you think they have to play?
I think at this point, they're able to caution South African government. That's what I think. And come up with a strong diplomatic pressure on South Africa as a whole. That if such things continue, then some certain sanction will be put against them. And these are the implications of the sanctions. So maybe that will make the government to sit up and do the needful. And that will also make the citizens to think twice before they take any action that will make them take laws into their hands. And until we get to that point, you expect this to continue. So for me, there should be a strong diplomatic pressure that these bodies should to put on the South African government as a whole, making them see that, look, every life counts. And Africans are brothers. So you cannot just wake up and start killing your brother because he did what is wrong. Rather, bring them, create a system, take them, prosecute them, try them, and then judge them based on the current standard of the law. So you yourself, when you come in and you are staying legally, you know that, you know the implication of what you are doing. By violating the law, you know that when you are caught, this is what is going to happen to you. So it's up to you, because if the risk now is now at your own end. So I think these bodies should be able to come up with such thing and see if that will also, and I think that I believe that that will also work, because when they now see that even the African Union and the likes are now mounting the same diplomatic pressure, heading towards the same direction, they are not cowards. They will think twice as they go choose their step.
Okay, so what's in there? We have Nigerians who are still in South Africa. We saw them on the, most of the social media handles are carrying them out there, roaming around South Africa, crying that they want to come back home. They are actually undocumented. What's your advice for the federal government on what to do to bring them back? Because I think the major problem they have is because they are undocumented, they cannot pass through the airport to come back home.
Yes, so for me, like I said, the federal government should still continue the diplomatic conversation, engagement with the South African government, and see how they can help these people, return back to the country. Having they themselves seen that they have also messed up. And I think that will also be a big lesson and a bigger lesson to those who are thinking to go through such route. That, you see, whatever you think is a shortcut sometimes does not pay. At long run, when matters like this comes up, you will now discover that you are the one that just messed up your own life. Because if they are there and properly documented, they would have been lifted probably among the first, second, or third badges. But now, even lifting them is a problem, because they are coming into that country was not properly documented. So the government should still not ignore them. They are Nigerians. They are our own. So we should rather engage more on the diplomatic conversation and see how we can, make it linear for us to bring them, even if they have to be disciplined. And
discipline them here.
And discipline them. Rather than just ignoring them and said, after all, you know how you enter, so you come back. No, we should be able to and bring them. But when we bring them, we should keep them here.
Is there anything you think that the Nigerian government and the South African government can do to ensure that, we've talked about the early warning system, and that has failed, obviously. But what can they do to ensure for that things like this?
Well, I don't think the warning system, it was just the South African that were not intentional about it. Okay. I don't think it failed. So all I think is that the Nigerian government should mount pressure on them for them to be more intentional about the warning system that they have agreed to put in place. For me, that is the best way to go, so that engagement will start almost immediately before it escalates. So I don't think it failed. For me, I think the South African government will lay back when it comes to that. So I think they ought to become more intentional. So Nigeria should let them know that if we must continue from here, then what we discuss, please put it into action. And that's all.
Yeah, but apart from one system, what else do you think we need to do now to ensure that things like this, but from people living here and going there, and then within South Africa itself and at the government level, to make sure that...
Well, if you ask me, let's fix Nigeria.
Okay.
If we fix Nigeria, first, before I even think of traveling, I will wait if it's worth it. And if I go and I'm noticing that...
Like Ghana fix Ghana?
Yes. And if the way you are treating me, I don't like it, I return home.
Yeah.
But if Nigeria is not fit, there's nothing we can do about it.
But you're saying, are you not recommending xenophobia again? Say if I go, the way you are treating me, I don't like it.
Xenophobia is the extreme. You will treat me, but it's not xenophobia. I could just come, I'm not welcome, I don't feel welcome, you know, there are certain things I feel I should enjoy. I just walked away. If I come to your studio now, you don't treat me well, that's not xenophobia. I just feel like I'm not received the way I should. And
hospital services, that's what they were doing. They do that. They go to hospital and say, look, you're undocumented, you are not supposed to be here, don't treat them. Or just administer first aid and then let them go. Landlords, don't give them houses. Is that what you're recommending?
No, for me, that is that is part of the policy they put in place. So when you come, you are not documented, we give you first aid, then we take you to the proper appropriate authorities to find out why your documents are not properly, you know, why they are not correct. So now, yes, but what I'm saying is when you do that, you still go back and treat them and repatriate them.
Okay, quickly, just in 1 minute, what lessons can African governments learn from recurring xenophobic violence? Just in 1 minute.
Well, for me, the lessons that Nigerian government should learn is that we need to stand up. We need to take our place as the giant of Africa. And by doing that, we need to do the needful. Remove politicking from policy. Let's implement our people will feel honored in their country, and that honor they will carry it even when they go out. That's for me. So it's all about homework.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wasinda. As usual, it's all about homework. We've come to the end of this program, but before we round off, I'll give it to Victor.
Yeah. So I think basically from what we have looked at, there's a need for at the AU level for the presidents to meet and agree on a way forward, and so that things don't recall. We're a laughing stock, you know, in the world right now. But I also think that the two presidents at some point should meet and actually find a way forward. We're Africans and we're brothers after all. But it's been great having you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
It's been an amazing time with you, as always. Of course, as always, it's always interesting having you in the house. And to have you for joining us on the continuation of TMI on ITV from our Lagos Network studio.
Hello, beautiful people. It's another beautiful Wednesday morning, and I am Mercy Likwa. It is TMI Socials, where we talk about social media, and of course, to get to hear people's reaction about different stories. Remember, different people with their different reactions. So there's this trending video on social media of Imisi and Toke Makinwa that I've got a lot of people talking. I mean, some persons saw the video and they were like, oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about this video, because I can't see nothing wrong with this video. But trust me, there is a lot about this video. Take a look at it before we go to people's reaction concerning this particular video. Interesting. Do you see anything wrong with the video? Let's take a look at people's reaction. This person says their fascinators touched. Imisi said, I'm sorry. What else happened? Because I am not seeing what most people in the comments are saying. Okay, let's take a look at another user. This other user says, I feel you are reading meaning to this too much. Toka protected her fascinator and continued dancing. She didn't say another word to Imisi. Okay, let's take a look at this other person's reaction. Imisi really matched the energy she was given. Sometimes you don't force friendships, especially when boundaries have already been set. Okay, let's take a look at this other person. Awkward vibes, LOL. Toke and Imisi never miss a moment. Interesting. Let's take a look at this other reaction. She loves attention too much, and I bet Imisi was taking it away from her with a youthful self. All eyes not on her. Interesting. This person talking about okay. This other person says the question is that is this Imisi's crowd, all these big BBM housemates, always going to every event. Just because you went to Big Brother doesn't mean you should be at every event. Look at why she's looking. Always for that particular story. Let's take a look at another story. So there's a story where Papa Adeboye came out one time to say, oh, if you don't give your tithe, you know, you're going to hell. And another story trending on, so another video trending on, somehow to say, oh, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have said that. It is not in the Bible. I apologize for saying if you don't pay your tithe, you won't make heaven. I'm sorry, that is wrong, and it is not in the Bible, Pastor E.A. Adeboye. And this video has been trending on social 2 days ago, yesterday, and trust me, it's still trending. Take a look at the video before we go to reactions.
Apologizing for making a mistake, for saying that if you don't pay tithe, you might not make it to heaven. I'm sorry, that's wrong. Not in the Bible. What the Bible says is, ye have peace with all men, and holiness, without which no man shall see God. Now, let me tell you. Listen to me.
Interesting. Let's take a look at what X has to say. This user says, in Christendom, after apology comes restitution from what was taken through deceit. When are they returning the collected tithes? Interesting. Let's take a look at another reaction. Christians need to really read the Bible and know God for themselves. I realize that most Christians only depend on the words of their pastor. And minds have become docile, and they accept anything shoved at them as for it to come to the pulpit. Okay, let's take a look at another story that is for that particular story. So away from Nigerian scene, moving to the foreign story, there's this video of Donald Trump trending where it says China doesn't have what we have. We have 1,000 years supply of gasoline. We have more oil. Now, when you add Venezuela, we really have even more. President Donald Trump. And this particular video has been trending on social media. Take a look at the video.
We have 1,000-year supply of gasoline. China doesn't. China doesn't. We have 1,000 years. We have more gasoline. We have more oil. Now, when you add Venezuela to it, we really have more oil. One day. And Venezuela's been great. They've been doing a great job. We're working with take millions and millions of barrels of oil, but they're doing well.
Interesting. Let's take a look at people's reaction. This user says, this just publicly acknowledged the fact that the Venezuelan former president was hijacked so he could control the country's oil. Okay, this other user says, Baba, stop capping. China is way far better than United States in terms of everything. United States should be competing with Nigeria. I mean, that is trade bullets to Nigeria. Okay, this other person says, I don't care how else eat. China is the hub of technology in the world. They are smarter and more advanced than the USA. Even though I love America, but sorry, China is more advanced and sophisticated. So stop the competition, Mr. President. Interesting. This other user, Nothing Spoil, says, Trump always comparing US and China, like we don't know what is better. Interesting. Okay, this other person says, natural resources can make a nation wealthy, but they don't automatically make it prosperous. China built much of its economic strength through manufacturing technology, infrastructure, and export. In today's world, the countries that lead are those that turn resources into innovations, not just those that own them. Interesting. Okay, that's that for that particular story. Our last story, back to Nigeria. We saw a trending video of the daughter of Aliko Dangote, Halima Dangote, where he reveals that Aliko Dangote plans to donate 1/3 of his fortune to charity. And this particular video, I mean, not talking, saying, oh, he's the richest man, for him to come out, you know, have this thought in his mind to donate 1/3 of his fortune to, charity. It is very, very good of him. Some person said, oh, even him donating 1/3 of his fortune, you have a lot left for his generation and generation to come. Let's take a look at the video. Okay, that's a good one. Let's take a look at people's reaction. This user says it should donate a reduction of price to Nigerians for a year. Go charity. Interesting. The user says Lincoln Dangote wants to donate 1/3 of his property to charity, increasing space price every 3 months. Okay, there's other user that says what makes one qualify for these? Who know the website? They make I no lose the opportunity. Interesting, Nigerians. Okay, other user CJ says, so who will be running this foundation? Many of this foundation and charity organizations are just used to wash money, avoid tax and family members instead of actually helping people. Okay, that is for that. And this is all I've got you on TMI socials. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Lagos Network Studio. Thank you for joining Abuja Network Studio. And thank you, Network Studio, on this beautiful morning. I am Marcelina Unko. Do have a beautiful day ahead of you.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today on the program Woman to Woman. Adesu Sawage. And we're here again to talk woman matter. And this time around, we want to talk about a disconnect. How do we address it? You know, following the topic we had last week, the discussion we had about the 20-year-old girl who decided to kill herself as a result of rape, who waited for quite a long time before she decided. It's not something that she did at the spur of the moment. She had time to talk to somebody. She had time to seek counsel. She had time to get people to talk to her, get this person arrested, heal, and all of that. She had enough time to make sure that this person who raped her, who violated her so much like that to the point of her killing herself, is put behind bars forever, if possible. But she didn't do that. So it was from that discussion that we realized that there is a huge disconnect between a mother and her daughter, or between mothers and their daughters. Most mothers and their daughters do not relate anymore. There is no friendship, no love, so to speak, no love indeed between them. So thankfully, Sharon was with us last week and she's here again today. Sharon Ekelen, who is a counselor, a teen coach, and of course, very, very, very good at motivating women. She does that a lot on Facebook, and I follow her and I read her post, and it makes a lot of sense. So Sharon, thank you for everything you're doing for women.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So I also have a counselor with me, Counselor Pace Erubami. She is, like I said, a counselor, a teen coach, and she's also very neck deep into making sure that our girls grow up in the way that they should. So ladies, a pleasure to have you join me today. So let's look at this disconnect between mother and daughter. Thankfully, you are mothers too. I don't know if you have daughters. Okay, I know you have a daughter. I have. And now you have daughters too. So talk to us. What should the relationship between a mother and daughter be? Or a mother and her children generally? Because even boys, they're getting attacked too, they're getting violated and all of that. I saw a video of one man on a VDM's post who was saying, he did not use the boy for ritual. He only slept with the boy. How does that sound? And he was saying, I didn't use him for ritual. And he was now swearing, using his children. And in calling the children's name, he mentioned about 2 names that sounded like boys' names. So he had sons, or he has sons. He left his sons and violated somebody else's child.
Be doing it to their
I
children.
just don't understand. We'll find time to talk about that. The thing is giving me serious headache thinking about it, and that picture has refused to leave my head. So talk to us.
So
this gap.
I think I watched Michelle Obama in one of her programs. She said something that really stood out. She said she don't need to be her daughter's friend, but she's their mother. She has to play the role of a mother. So people might look at it in a certain way. What does she mean by that? We need to deal with our children as parent and daughter, a mother and a daughter relationship. How much do we know our daughter? How much are we willing to tell them what they need to know, that will not be afraid of letting them know what they are supposed to know? Because looking at this girl's story, for her to have left her home at 20, there must be some disconnect between her and her mother. I can't imagine my daughter, no matter how stubborn they might be, would leave her state. Who gave her the transport? How did she get the money? How did she get the guts to leave her home and travel to a different state for whatever reason without the parents knowing? So I think it's not just about friendship. It's about telling them what they are supposed to know. And I read in the book of Deuteronomy the role of parents to their children. We should not neglect our role in our children's life. We must tell them, because as we keep telling them, they might seem like they are not listening. A time will come in their life where those things we say, we play in their head. When they are about to make critical decisions, they will remember. So some parents might lack that ability to know how to talk to their children. Use teaching moments. You might not just wait for a one-on-one discussion. Some things might happen. Use a teaching moment to tell them a story. I remember my father using stories to tell us, and most of the stories he told us were life lessons, and they help us in making decisions. So I think that is where parents need to work on.
How many of these stories have you told your own children? The stories your father told you?
I'm telling them a lot of them.
You know, say I know they are not feeling now.
Yes, like one of the story my father said. My father used to say that about dress code. He said, when you see people wear mini skirts, it means that their material is not enough. Do you understand? Yeah, but people are taking it as a trend. Do you understand? My father also told us a story of a king who had a servant. And when they were traveling, the servant came to the king and said, please, when we get to this new city, please don't let them know that I'm your servant, because he was so close to the king. And the king said, why not? Of course, I will not make them. It's you, what you do, that will make them know that you are a servant. And eventually, when they got there, they served them the food on the dining. He chose to go and eat by the fireplace, and many instances. Yeah. So we use teaching moments to teach our girls.
All right, Sharon, let's feel your pace now. Disconnect between mother and daughter. What is wrong? What is happening?
I think
I have always had the ideology of mother-daughter relationship. A child first friend
is the mother.
Is the mother, because the child sucked from you till, if some can be till a year old. Thank God for baby friendly. So if you want to use that word baby friendly, meaning that bond, that friendliness ought to have started at that age. Because while the child is sucking, you could see the child is looking directly
at the mother,
into the eyes of the mother. So meaning there should be a connection and a bond between the child and the mother. But unfortunately, due to societal mindset, upbringing, the circle is always there. Why will I be a friend to my child?
My child, are we mates?
Yes,
are we mates?
We are not mates. So you should know your boundaries. You should know where you should cut the line. So a child cannot, there are some children, they can't even go and maybe as I'm seated there, come and, why will you touch my hair? Am I your mates? So once that relationship is not really there, there is this gap between the mother and the child find it so difficult to penetrate the mom, because the child like, oh, can I open my mouth and say I was raped? That means it's better for me to just pass that rape place and just be going than for me to open my mouth and tell my mom, because sometimes some parents will blame the child, beat the
victimization,
child. Yes.
they victimize the victim.
Yes, and make you feel that you are, it's just you are the one that even ended up becoming the abuser. That raped the other person.
They make the child feel worthless
and feel bad. So there is this relationship between mother and child, especially daughter. Like I tell my daughters, tell me anything, no matter how it will break me. What is important is,
tell me, let's deal with it together.
Than for you to go outside, because the people you meet outside, they may either destroy you or they will make you with the kind of advice they will give to you. I say, fine, as a mother, I will feel emotional, I will feel bad, or just tell me. So sometimes they tell me things, they tell me whatever and all that. So as I'm seated there, if my child is lying, I will know. If my daughters are lying, I will know, I'll just smile. But the other person can like, no, guys, I'll smile. Then later I'll like, okay, I saw version.
Let me tell you.
Tell me the real thing that really happened. Like, mommy, I said, no, your mother. So they're like, okay, see what
no screaming, no yelling,
so
no.
I won't scream out like I'll say next time. Don't you think you should do it this way? And what you just did now can lead to whatever and all that. So that one has made them free to always assess me, always tell me anything. So there was a day I was, I think I was coming from work. My one of them, they were still young. One of them just held me. I was dragging my hair. My husband was like, "Leave your mother's hair alone." I'm like, "No, drag the hair, drag my hair." I'm like, "Do you think she's your mate? She's not your friend." I said, "Please, my child is my friend." So I should be her first friend before she start making other friends.
She should be able to tell you everything and anything.
And why did I make that decision? Because growing up, I didn't really have who to assess. I didn't have an adult that would be like a friend to me that I can talk to. So there are a lot of mistakes I made. There are a lot of things that happens to me that drains me mentally. So and I told myself,
this won't happen to my girls.
To my own girls.
That's fantastic. Experience as best teacher.
Yeah.
Okay, Pace, while you were talking, you said, who gave the girl money? How did she get money Are you aware that from that girl's story, she was trying to be a content creator? She wants to learn. She wants to earn money to solve issues at home. All right, you realize that these days most children have taken up the role of their parents. There's a role reversal where you see young girls trying to cater for their parents and for the home. How is that even possible?
Yes, so that is why I said, when I mean friend, when you have a friend in your child and you have a friend that is your age mate, they are different things. Are you getting me? When I talk about this is my daughter, this is me, my relationship with her, I'm not defining it in the friendship of a friend per se. I'm defining, let her know her place as a daughter and I know my place as a mother. Because you don't make them become adults when they are not.
But that is what is happening in our society today.
So that's what brings, what I have in my mind, what are some of the things the mother must be saying? I should be telling her, look at your mate. Your mate are excelling. Come and see your mate on the screen. Your mate is the one making so much money on TV or on TikTok or this or that. What the kind of conversation that is going on between them? You can actually be a friend of your daughter, but what do you discuss with her? Are you getting me? So I think that there is a kind of discussion that is not healthy between the mother and the child that will push that child outside. And it's very wrong for parents to push their children to go sourcing for funds just to support them at home.
And
because
then
our responsibility
they say it's
to
poverty.
take care of them. Yeah.
All right, it's Woman to Woman on ITV, and we're talking about this disconnect between mothers and their daughters. And I have with me Councillor Pace and Councillor Sharon. Okay, as councillors now, how do you think, I know for sure that some parents some mothers don't know how to talk to their girls. Like, this issue of sex is a taboo. This issue of their sexuality is a taboo. Like, I remember telling my girls that it gets to a stage in your life where you get all of this feeling of sex and all of that. This is how to deal with it. But some parents or some mothers see it as a taboo. They see it as a crime. Why should the girl say that she has this kind of feelings? It is normal, it is natural for the girl to have sexual feelings at a particular stage in her life. The ability to talk to that child, to make that child say the path to go, is very key, and a lot of parents miss it. Like, this girl was talking to the man on the phone and told the man, I'm a virgin, I've not had sex before. When you're telling a man you're a virgin, you've not had sex before, are you not inviting that man to your life?
And you are creating.
So what are you telling the man? Why are you creating that sin? All right, that's one of the disconnects we are trying to talk about now, because if the mother has sat down to talk to that girl, I'm sure all of this will not happen today. So how exactly, as counselors, should a mother relate with her daughter? Because some of us, if we have not shouted from here to Ring Road, we never talk.
That's true.
And then when the child does something small, you talk about it, The next day, any little thing, you remind her of what she had done before, you know. I don't know if that is the proper way to talk, because you deal with girls a lot.
Yeah, so
talk to us.
Like, when my daughter was growing up, I used to teach her that any secret that is not worth telling your mother or your father is a bad secret. So I kept singing it into her ears every now and then.
Okay.
So when she first saw her menses, she told me. And as things evolved in her life, she was always communicating, because I created that space. But I also discovered that if, for example, like the example you gave now, they came to tell you something that is very private, and they now hear that some other day they did something else and you refer to it, they will now withdraw. But I know the kind of things I did in my during my teenage years. I remember those days we used to go and fetch water outside our home, and then somebody would touch my breast, and I would cry to my dad because I actually grew up with my dad and my stepmom, and my dad would follow me to that place, and I will not feel embarrassed. But the children of these days, even when they tell you and you decide to take such action like my father did, they will be embarrassed. So you need to study the trend. You need to study how they react to things before you take it up with them.
Okay.
So the way my father will follow me to go and find out who touched my daughter's breast, and I will be so proud like this. My daughter will not be proud like that. So because of that, I'll be cautious of how I handle it. I'll discuss it with her. How will you want me to do it? You wouldn't want me to follow you there or this? She will tell me, no, I don't want you to go with me. I will not think of another
way to handle it. Yeah. Wow, that's fantastic. Okay, Sharon, let's hear from you.
Yes.
What's the best way to talk to our girls?
The best way to me talking to the girls is, one, making them feel heard.
That their voice counts.
Yes, exactly. That's one of the things. Making them know that their opinion matters. It shouldn't be about you as an adult.
Okay.
So because that is where some persons like, I'm the adult, I'm talking, you shut up and listen to me while I talk.
That's a Nigerian thing now.
Yes. So let's talk. It's not because the child is maybe 12 years old, you feel like, oh, they're just a child. What do you have to say? We can deliberate, we can talk. And when you are doing that, you are knowing what is in the mind of the child. Then when the child finish, I smile and I'm like, okay, let's talk. Let's talk. Because I've not seen that the mindset, the thinking, if you go like that, there will be a lot of mistakes. So parents should allow their children to feel free, air their mind, say their view on anything. And when they do it, don't start criticizing them. Don't start.
As you are a counselor, how do we not criticize these children? How?
How do we correct them without?
How do we correct them without making them feel bad about themselves?
There's something you see. If the thing is, as a parent, every parent needs to give first. A lot of parents are emotionally damaged. So at the end of the day, they pass it.
They transfer it onto the children.
So that is the reason they can't control their own emotions. They can't control their thought pattern and how they react to their child. Okay, I was talking in the office today, a case I'm handling presently. Thank God yesterday I had a breakthrough in that case. How was I able to get a breakthrough? Because I used my story for her as an example. The case was a case of sexual abuse. Her mother married somebody. So there are 3 girls. She took them to their house. So the man abused the first daughter, like this elder sister, second daughter, then her. But the only thing the mom, when it started with the elder sister, removed her to go and stay with somebody. When he entered the immediate, he removed her to go and stay with the grandmother, then her. And the girl has been totally drained. So, but they can have the mindset, oh, it's not my mommy's fault because I experienced all my mom suffered. So this man in question is not like a savior to my mother.
So and I'm sure the mom must have been using that on the girl. Yeah, if you don't allow me, I'll punish your mom. Oh, shit.
What am I trying to say now is, if the mom was emotionally and psychologically okay, we break the man's head and leave that home. Are
you advocating violence now, Sharon? So let us know.
Because she was emotionally drained.
Yes.
So she can't even take decisions for her own self. I tell my children.
And the mother is aware.
Yes.
And the best thing she could do was to remove them, and continued with that marriage that ended that very first day she heard or saw that her husband abused her daughter sexually. Is that what marriage again?
So
my gender. So marriage will not end ab initio immediately.
Exactly. So like I tell my daughters, even my sons, I say the day you see, because I tell them this thing, like we talk about sexuality, we talk about different things. I say the day you see me touching any of your private parts somehow, don't say because it is mommy. Go and report to your father immediately and say, I don't understand my mom.
Exactly.
I said that if your daddy is doing it to you, come and report to me immediately. Don't say because it is daddy.
You get sense, this woman.
Don't say because it is daddy.
Yes.
It is normal.
Yes.
It is not normal because your dad should not, and I too
should not touch you indecently. All right, ladies, our time is fast spent now. Please, in one very short sentence, how do we address this disconnect between mother and daughter? Very short sentence, 30 seconds, please.
The best way we can avoid this disconnect is to be in the child's life.
Okay.
Try as much as possible to
be in our child's life.
Yeah.
Drop our phones somewhere.
Yes.
Have time for phone.
Yes.
All right, Sharon.
Yes. In addition to what she said, make her time for your children, be part of their activities. So just sit down with her. There are sometimes I'm watching, maybe sometimes keep online, I just got to say, let's watch
together.
So
Okay.
all of us will start laughing and all that. So just make them feel at ease. Make them, if what your activities
be in their life. Don't be an absentee mother.
Your activities and also be part of their own activities.
All right, ladies, thank you so much for finding time to be with us. Next week, we'll bring you another exciting topic on woman to woman. Madam, leave your phone and concentrate on your children, else you will find yourself to be blamed. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, it's Women in Conversation again, a table where we discuss things pertaining women. Let's not go further. Let me introduce myself before we continue to let you know what Women in Conversation is, WIC in short, like we call. I am Patricia Urum Gabriels, and I am the anchor of Women in Conversation. This is a table where we come to talk everything family, everything women, everything positive, everything negative, everything. In the other room, we discuss that too. Anything you want us to talk about, we'll talk about here in Women in Conversation. And of course, I have in the house with me to do all of this talking. On my far left is Miss Bola Ige Oyebade. Miss Bola Ige Oyebade is an artist and a real estate consultant. Let me let you know what kind of music she sings. She's a gospel artist. So I think by the end of this program today, she's going to give us just a few minutes clip of her song. You're welcome, Bolaige.
Thank you.
And you know, usually I ask her, is it the same Bolaige we know? And she says, no, this is the female version of Bolaige.
Yes, it
Bolaige
is.
Oyebade. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good day, viewers.
And I have also my pretty Oluwatoyin Sani. Let me let you know who Oluwatoyin is. Oluwatoyin is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation. Founder of House of Refuge Foundation. And she doesn't do only that. I don't know why she's hiding her skills. She also makes beautiful outfits for beautiful people. Wow. She made what I'm putting on.
Wow.
Thank you so much. So I caught you off guard. You knew I was going to say that. I caught you off guard. Thank you so much for making me this beautiful this afternoon. Thank you. And then to my right is Gift Furera Onozo.
The way you pronounce this name as if you were there the day they were
so nice. Because I love the name. I haven't heard this name before. Each time I have to call that name, it gives me joy because of the meaning of the name. And to also tell you that Gift is an executive chef who came all the way from the north to marry an Igbo man. Thank you for having me. Thank you. We're talking about love.
Love is doing.
We're talking about love, and love brought her all the way from the north to marry an Igbo man that she's always singing his praises. Anyway, this today we're going to be looking at intimacy in marriage. Let's begin with you, Tommy. What do you understand when we say intimacy in marriage?
God. Intimacy in marriage. I want all of us to know that intimacy is the bedrock of all marriages. And the intimacy go beyond the sex. Go beyond. Because any marriage that there is no intimacy can't even see the son of the minister. That's just it. And why I said it goes beyond sex, because to all of us, we always think when we hear the word intimacy, it means the man and woman doing what they are doing in the other room. But goes beyond that. Intimacy goes with spiritual being, emotionally, your body, soul, and spirit has to be together. Has to be together. You have to have time for communication. And you should be able to communicate about anything, everything, at every convenient time. That will make the intimacy solid. Yeah. Intimacy. Even you have to pray together. You have to be there for each other, to solve problems together, to laugh together, to cry together. And to extend to the other family too. It's not where you see, that is my mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law is automatically your mom.
True.
Your father-in-law is automatically your father. My sister-in-law, they are your family. It is all these things. This is not my like my husband's car. This is not my husband's house. Everything has to be ours. That high has to turn to we. That's us. That is what intimacy is to me, not just going and sleeping, dining together, eating together. It go beyond that. Intimacy in every aspect. We must be, when we are talking to Mr. Ajayi, now Mr. and Mrs. Ajayi is here, we now interview Mr. Ajayi without Mrs. Ajayi in attendance. Intimacy is what we make Mr. Ajayi answer some question for Mrs. Ajayi without her knowing that they've asked the husband, and they will give the same response because of intimacy. They are gelled together in the body, soul, and spirit, and that is what make them look alike later in the year because they bond together, they gel together, they go through everything together. They solve problems together, they laugh together, they dance together, they cry together. When they have surplus, they are together. When there is none at all, they were there. Do you know, you see that one go beyond sex? So that is the intimate. And any marriage, they have that intimacy. Perfect marriage.
Okay. You have explained what intimacy means to you. What does intimacy in marriage mean?
Okay, I will go in line with what she just said because like the name layman's word is intimacy is sex and the like.
Yeah,
so,
I was going to come back.
Yeah, so it's not like she said. It goes beyond sex. It goes beyond maybe having romance and you know like that. So it's like she said, you having to communication actually brings intimacy. You communicate your pain, your joy, your laughter, everything about you, your struggles, your fears, your insecurity. You communicate it to your spouse.
So
and
for
that
you,
brings
intimacy is communication.
Yes,
that's for you.
Yes.
For you, what's your take on or what's your idea of intimacy in marriage?
Intimacy in marriage goes beyond physical closeness. Is I'm going to use the Holy Scripture to give to illustrate. When when God created the man, the woman was hidden inside, and that was actually the original plan of God. So to me, I would say that he didn't know how to bring the woman out, because her inside the man is how he wants to explain the oneness he wants them to be. You understand? But along the way, the woman had to come out from the man so that she can be an entity of her own. She can be a human being, okay, on her own, and then they relate in that manner. And we could see also in the Bible also that God was describing the unity of the people. When they were building the tower, he said the people is one. So I normally say, did God speak bad English? No. He's trying to explain how he wants this oneness to be, this togetherness to be. Yes, he said the people is one, not the people are one. You understand? So, intimacy, God, like I said, it goes beyond physical closeness. Intimacy, when you are intimate with somebody, you are into the person. The person is into you. You are just interwoven. It's just like the dress I'm wearing. I think I should, if I have a better color, but this color is different from this one. But as it is now, it is already mingled. You cannot separate it. You understand? That is how it is. The intimacy we are talking about. And then, intimacy between husband and wife. When you see an intimacy between a husband and wife, you see them doing stupid things, and they are not offended on each other. Yes, they can say stupid things. They can say, they are not really offended. But in some cases that there's no intimacy, there are what you say, that word will cause wahala in the house that day. You understand? There will be problem. There will be, chaos.
For me, what you're saying, I want to look at it I want to see it as love.
Okay.
When there's love, you could actually behave like children amongst yourselves.
Be vulnerable
to yourself. So let's bring this intimacy down to the proper English that 95% of humans would want to see intimacy. You have seen intimacy in different ways. But I let you know that a lot of people would want to see intimacy in marriage is what we're talking about. as sleeping with each other.
as
Sex.
Okay, the
It goes
literal.
beyond it.
So let's bring it down.
Down, okay.
Sex.
Narrow it to
Let's
sex.
narrow it
Now
to
I
sex.
Okay, yeah, you know, now when we are talking about that, why you are not making us to say
the sex.
Why looking at me that way? Okay, so let's narrow it down. You know, yeah, when there's an intimacy between husband and wife, sex is not a burden. Sex is something that is yearned for, you know, and because the way the woman is wired is not the same as the man. So, and then sometimes the man could be the one that needs more, or the woman too needs more, you understand? But if there's this intimacy which is love, the other party that needs more and the other one is on the reserve area will be able to tolerate the one that needs more, so that she or he can be able to meet up that need 247, 3 times a day. You understand?
They no go work. Yes. Because it's very important. And now I want to talk to my gender. On a more serious note, what break marriage most is the lack of sex. Men, majority of men, sex is food.
Of course.
Sex is project.
That is where they are wired.
Sex is business. They will concentrate and do it well. Because that is what gives them energy. That's what makes some men men. That's why you see when they wake up and that thing is not standing again. I have a half brother that died. I have a brother, half brother. He died of diabetes just because he didn't want to take the drug that he's supposed to be taking,
so that it doesn't
because it won't affect his. That is how serious sex is to men. Why I want to beg my gender is, you know him before you say I do. When you need that thing, stop telling him you are tired. Stop telling him, shey we no do yesterday, this thing no get that thing. Stop telling him no now. That no now, you are open door for Angela outside. Men goes with what they see. What they see carry them.
I wish we had a man here to actually speak for the men.
What they see, it is what we hear. It is what, that's why you see men, we're putting it into our head through what we hear. But men, it is what they see. That's why you see some gender where they don't get upbringing. Can't they open everything for them to see? But that's a public toilet. Because you can't open it. It needs to be covered. So I want to beg my gender, please allow them. Sex does not kill. It's even good for our heads. It makes us look good. Many of us are going to spa, buy cream, but you don't need it. When you sex very well, you look good.
Okay. So it for now. Okay. So it for now. But again, let me hear from you.
I was somewhere,
narrowing it down to
I
sex.
was somewhere one day and I heard somebody saying something like, sex outside marriage is sin, and marriage without sex is abomination. Meaning,
marriage without sex.
Sex out of marriage.
Sex out of marriage is sin.
It's sin, yeah.
Marriage without sex is abomination.
Marriage without sex
is abomination.
How they come marry? No marriage.
Meaning, that is the core thing in the marriage. Because when you don't do it, you're causing your spouse to sin. It is an abomination because, and somebody also told me that sex in marriage is worship. That's a Muslim person telling me this now, that sex in marriage is worship. That when you have sex with your partner, it's more like a worship to God, like they say. You understand? So it is a key thing in marriage. It is a key thing in marriage. So I would, like she said, I beg my gender. As long as you're married, you're ready for it.
Okay, you were going to say something before we go on a short break. Okay, yes. So just like you are speaking to our gender, okay, I too am going to speak to the men. The male gender. Yes. Okay. Yes. You know, sometimes when a woman says no, she doesn't mean no as in no. She's just trying to say, just
pet me.
Not even pet me a little bit. I just
caress
give me a break.
Me. So, okay.
That's
not a matter of caress.
But they are saying we don't need to take a break. No, not that. No, now. Okay, now the thing is that
if you're not sick, you don't take a break.
Now, the truth is, even the scripture said, deal with them with understanding. The women with understanding. That's why when I started saying, I said the women are not wired the same way like the men. Now, how can you reconcile that? Just like we discussed earlier, when probably the woman is the one taking care of everything in the family. She goes to work, the man is still at home. You understand, doing nothing, and she comes back in that manner, and then does everything. You understand, and and then later on you want the whole thing. Now, but the point is not even wanting the whole thing, but that is the sex. Not even the money for sex. Because there's a way you make the woman ready before the time.
Put her in the mood.
If you make her ready, even when she will be yearning for the time. But you are not. You didn't make her ready.
We will come back to talk about that, getting ready for the time. We come back to talk about how to put a woman in the mood to get ready.
Yes.
Let's go for a short break, and when we come back, we talk about the readiness. Please sit. And welcome back to the mood. We were talking about the mood, and behind the camera, a lot of things had gone down. Even Olumide here says that he's a man. Anyway, welcome back. We're going to be talking about how to put a woman in the mood. But before we go to that, let's quickly, because we don't have time, let's quickly go to this question and advise someone on the social media was advising and asking for our advice. She says, my husband no longer insists when I say no to him on bed, or rather in bed, and he turns around and falls into a deep sleep. What does that mean? Does it mean someone is helping me out there?
Yeah, someone is helping.
Taking up your job.
Someone is helping, and because it has been her custom. It has been her custom to say no,
to deny him.
Yes, to deny him, and
so
then
the man has locked up.
So that he has locked up.
He has faced another place.
Of course.
Okay, so let's talk about putting us in the mood.
Well, to me, putting a woman in the mood starts with talking, because the way the woman is wired, she's configured with words. The first thing she had when she was made, it was words from the man. You are the bone of my bone, the flesh of my flesh. Those phrases. You totally her. Yes, because that is the configuration of the woman. She's activated by words, and that is what the devil used against her. Words. He lured her with words. So you start with words, because the thing is that when the man is wants to put the woman in, he talks. let talking go before the action. You understand? That's what I mean to say. Let talking goes beyond the action, so that but then she's feeling high because she has been praised. You praise her, you tell her you love her, because when you look at it, some men that don't have money in their pockets have gotten fine, classy girls. Why? Because they have talked. And he doesn't have anything, yet. Through talking, he has gotten her, and she has fallen, and she's following. With Matt, he has taken her to Dubai. With Matt, he has taken her to London.
Yes.
With Matt, he has taken her to shopping. He has
bought
gotten
everything
for her. You understand? So when the men
that's being deceived. Yeah, that's deceived.
That is the
Yes. That's the way women are wired.
So you have to be deceived.
I know they
with words.
I run into a lady that came to talk to me. She's a divorcee.
Okay.
And then she said she met this guy who from day one started calling her, honey, my sweetheart.
Okay, you see now.
And so that woman is not deceived. Because she came to meet me and said, which one is that one? So what's your take on that?
See, I love your idea. Truly, we are moved by the words. But those are the day of evil.
Okay,
Be
now.
evil.
All right.
Words go catch me reach one level. Waiting go catch me.
Motivation.
Wait for you. Nah, lot.
Motivation.
Spend money.
Motivation.
Be there.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Be available.
When I need you. When I want
need
you.
you.
Yes.
Be a shoulder that I can lean on anytime. Sweet talk. We don't come up for that era. Tell me say na your papa get money to
I go investigate.
Tell me say you go carry go Paris. I must see your passport. See
Nah,
how many money
be-
you don't go. Gone are those days. Now, practical thing.
I don't say.
You must be there. You are there. And you must have money. Go move. My body go be. But before they carry this thing come up for my table, I want to beg opposite gender, our daddies, stop punishing our gender with sex. Before women will get to the level that will ask for it or will be nice to you, some women do not know how to ask for it. But when you see her doing like
all those things.
doing like pick up, doing like this, we need you. Don't deprive us again. It weaken us, it kill us inside.
Okay.
Please don't punish us with sex.
Okay, another woman on Instagram wants our advice. And she says, my husband wants intimacy almost every day, but he's dirty and I can't bear it. His mouth smells, his body odor is killing me, and I'm always battling with recurrent infections.
To be a black market. You know, see before you buy.
It's a no.
It's a no.
So the intimacy should be cut
I
off.
can't enjoy
He wants to
themselves.
kill somebody's daughter, ne?
I go they use close match.
How?
No, but how if you love
He's
him?
supposed to walk
Yeah, exactly. Love him.
But when he's not teachable, when you keep correcting him and he's not taking correction, what do you do?
I go carry and go back from.
Let me tell you, everything, even an animal responds to love. In quotes.
Yes.
Yeah. You understand?
True.
Everything is not. It's
Fight,
not violence.
yes,
Everything is not
yes,
fight.
yes.
There are ways to go around things. You understand? This same man, another woman could handle him.
Yeah,
and she could
That
bring
knows-
the best out of him.
That knows how to press him.
Yes, you
Mumu
understand?
button.
So the woman need to go back to the board and do her
Let me
homework.
just advise, instead of you telling him to go and brush, put a toothbrush.
Now come and be brushing.
Oh, yeah.
Brushing. You thank you. That is the way of
Yeah, let's
going
go
on.
and back
Everything is
together.
not violence. Yes.
And
You
you start to just make it from the bathroom.
sponge all the area that
Shave all the
Yes.
shavings.
Perfume.
Thank you.
You shave for
all
him.
the shaving. Yes.
Shave all the
You know,
shavings.
Make sure you monitor what he wears.
Yes.
Now
Exactly.
you use that boss yesterday, don't go with him.
Exactly.
Let's do this, let's do that.
Exactly, because
I would love, I want to beat like you are my
And I would say touch. You know,
touch like
touch.
okay.
Okay, so you're coming back to putting us in the mood.
Touch, yes, putting us because we were the mood. Touch.
Okay.
Rainy season we do.
Yes.
Yes, now.
Yes, because I've heard stories.
And some
men will just go. Don't go.
Whether they want to,
it's not a bullet. I don't understand. And the thing is, you will be the only one to enjoy it. The woman will not.
And the truth is that,
and you keep on
when you're talking about intimacy, that's like I said, and I will keep saying it. The man is wired differently. The woman is before the woman can.
Before it takes time. It takes level by level. It's like a ladder. You climb it. You're climbing a ladder.
It takes time.
Enjoy sex.
Yes,
true.
I went somewhere with one minister, one woman of God, a pastor's wife, who went for a conference. After the conference, what we heard in that conference, she came out and she called me. She said, "This thing I'm hearing is the problem that I'm having in my home right now." He said, my husband does not care. He does not even know if this thing I enjoy it. He doesn't want to. The moment he come, he doesn't. The other he doesn't
oh my good God!
I was just looking at her.
That's
okay. Okay. Let's talk about what you have just said. The men just come in, get in,
and God.
How do we women help them also? Because probably they also want to be in the mood.
Talk. Communication.
On bed?
No. Before bed. You could take him on a dinner.
Yeah.
I have something to tell you. You talk. On this part of it, because you have to discuss your sex life.
Yeah.
But don't you also think that they also deserve to be put in the mood while we're in bed?
If it's to
is it forbidden for women to also caress their husband?
It's not forbidden, but it's more on the women. It's more on the women.
We are even talking about men. Some women go lay like logo.
Now don't
a man just seeing a woman naked will get, will just yes.
Yeah? If they didn't enjoy it and they've complained like twice in playfully, and you turn it to argument, you nag about it, they won't want problem. They will just go and get what they want outside.
She was making a point that I really like to hear. You were making a point. You forgot?
Yes, I forgot my thought of mine.
Yes, you said it's easier for women.
It's easier for a man to get to the mood because even just seeing a woman's body,
it's aroused.
But a woman is not wired that way. You have to put her in the mood. Sometimes she could be in the kitchen, just go and touch her. Something, maybe just the neck, just the hand. You're looking good. Just compliment.
Come home with gifts.
Come home with gifts. No matter how small. Yes.
Why are you coming close to me now? Husband and wife, that they are just cohabiting. Yes, they are just roommate. Roommate. Yes, they are roommates.
Married but living single.
Yes,
enduring
marriage. And sex could be happening, but not in the sweeter version of it. The man could just say, open. Enter. That's the punishment.
This is mommy and daddy's time. It's mommy and daddy's time. Come and do. Wasu.
That's all. They go. That's all. Okay, so on the lighter mode to round off this program, what would you say to a woman out there who's probably not being put in the mood to, understand and know how to manage and to treat it? Turn your women on, give them gifts, romance them on the bed. Yes, you can learn from this and make your marriage very enjoyable when you eventually get married. I remain your host, Patricia Owuruge. Thank you for joining us.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. steadily the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Ombasha. Well, today we'll be deliberating two important topics bordering on politics. Yes, none have heard about the clamor for restructuring of the cabinet of Mr. President. Do you feel that it is high time they restructured, so to speak, the FEC, yes, Federal Executive Council, with what has been happening in the country? Do you feel that many ministers are doing what they ought to do, or just a few of them that are doing the right thing at the right time? What about the minute number of these ministers? They will be representing their office. Are they doing those things that they need to do to make Nigeria move forward in that particular area they are given to oversee? Now that is on one hand. On the other hand, you might have heard about Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. Yes, Peter Obi told Nigerians, was it last year or some months ago, that he's interested in occupying Aso Rock. He wants to be the #1 man in Nigeria, and he just wants to do it for one term. He came out, he signed an undertaking, so Nigerians will get to know that he's really, really serious about his one-term drive. The big question now is it going to make any difference in the forthcoming presidential election? Because that seems to be what is at the front of the banner. He's saying, just give me 4 years. That is all I need. I'm not asking for much, and I will turn the story of Nigeria around. Do you think he can do it? Do you think this will sway voters to his own direction? All these and more will take a look at today's installment of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Once again, I am Wilson Ombasha. From my extreme left, he is an accountant, a child accountant, yes, an author, and one-time governorship candidate. Local mention is the chairman of all chairmen of political parties in Edo States. Join me to welcome Bishop Akhalame. Welcome
Thank you,
to Nigeria.
Good afternoon, viewers.
All right. Well, he's not a bishop as a clergyman, you know now. We have a clergyman sitting right next to him. Are you a pastor now? Good. We have a clergyman sitting next to him. A very, very vibrant and a little affairs commentator is no other person than Bishop Austin Igbasa. Welcome,
Thank you for
Bishop.
having me.
All right.
Good afternoon, viewers.
Very close to me, he's very active when you talk about, activism, analysis. He's also an academia. Yes. Political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Jude Obasami. I like calling him Presido. It's a pleasure to have you on set with me this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Wilson.
All right.
It's a pleasure to be with you again after some time.
Yeah.
I was expected to add Bishop to my name.
Oh, really? We don't have to Bishop right now. All right, let me start off from Bishop Akhalame. Do you feel that it's high time there is a change or restructuring of the Federal Executive Council, talking about the ministers, from your own understanding of what you see the country go through in recent times?
Well, if you check very well, it is normal to reshuffle a cabinet. You can see that Mr. President has not done a major reshuffle, apart from the minor he did in the month of April. Where there are various reasons why this reshuffle have to take place by Mr. President. One, for political performance. A situation where people who do not have what it takes to hold responsibility, occupy an office, will make them all productive. Then, Mr. President have to do away with liabilities. You know, we have to ensure that to filter the system, let those who have the capacity come in. Those who are liabilities go home and face their businesses. That's one. There's what is called political, geopolitical balancing. You know, a situation when you look at the geopolitical zone, just to ensure that a zone is not marginalized. Balance the geopolitical zone. That one is there. Then the third one is for political strategy. Because if you are Mr. President or you are occupying an office and you want to win an election, all you need to do is that they called political patronage to ensure that those who you feel, I'm not talking the mind of Mr. President right now as a politician who wants to win an election. That's why I say in the area of strategy, and to ensure that those who you are bringing, you patronize those you know that will be material to you in winning elections. This is key. So, the one I will take home as a patriotic Nigerian who want this country to move, you know, to a place where everybody will be happy, to economic prosperity, is that in this exercise that we are assuming to take place, that Mr. President should look very well to ensure to look at those ministries, look at these all productive ministries, where these people are trusted with this responsibility, public trust, are not functioning properly, and replace them with people who can deliver.
All right. With people who can deliver. From your own assessment, Bishop Ibasa, do you feel that some ministers the Federal Republic of Nigeria, are they lagging in fulfilling their responsibilities? Because what Mr. President said, he said he has given them all the need to operate and to take Nigeria to a higher height.
In every group, every person in that group cannot have the same capacity. Even when Jesus had 12 disciples, there are 2 or 3 who failed. Peter wasn't able to stand denial. Judas, a betrayer. Thomas cannot stand 3 days that Jesus was not available. He was doubtful. So, as much as Mr. President assembled the crowds of people that are working with him, there are ministers that are not doing too well. All of us knew that. Mr. President have given make an open check for all these ministers to function. And none of them will say there is no fund available for them to work. So, but if you look at the team of ministers that work with Mr. President, you see there are some persons that you don't even hear what they are doing. So, for me, as there's somebody that is in charge. I think this woman that headed MPA before, who was in charge of monitoring all the ministers, and also there is a benchmark. There is also a performance list that is made available, that those people are being monitored by this supervising woman who was put there to supervise the activities, because every minister and ministry have what they call a clear-cut responsibility, things you're supposed to meet up. And this young lady from the north is the one that advises something, is the one that is monitoring the exercise among the ministers. There are ministers that were not hearing what they are doing. I'm not saying all of them are not working. There are some that their job does not go with plenty of publicity and they are working. But there are people that we know that they are not working. If you are going to mention the ministers today, you mention Wike, you mention the likes of Umahi, you mention the likes of Minister of Finance. But I think after you mention like 4 or 5 or 6, that we see that you can say they are on the ground working. But I know that there are some ministers that their job is not for advert, but their job is like an intestine operation. Now, since there is a yardstick to measure the performance, it is now high time Because for Nigerians to get the dividends of democracy, that is one. Then second reason is that you are going to an election. When you are going to an election year, you must be able to see that for political patronage, that is not the key word that is used by electorate, but in politics, you must be able to say some persons have to come back home, put some persons inside again, and you know that they have political weight and they have political value, and they are movers and shakers from where they come from, so that they can also put in so much into it. Like Minister of Interior, now all of us have seen signs and wonder the young man have done from Ondo State. So those kind of people, you cannot say you want to change them because they are doing so much that today you can sit at home and get your passport. What you are going to even go and meet your traditional ruler to help you in 6 months to get. So there are people that are performing that need to perform more. No. Jesus said the branch in me that bring forth more food, he will clean it up so that they can produce more. But those who are not doing too well, they have to go. But there are some people that are not doing too well that need to go so that somebody that can do better can come up in that place.
All right, I'll come back to you, Bishop Austin. Well, Comrade Jude Obasomi, I believe I've been monitoring that is like, your purview, talking about the watcher of the society from your own analysis, aside Wike, Minister of Interior, and of course some other ministers. It's like many of them are redundant. Many of them are not meeting up to expectations. Many of them out of over 20 or thereabout. Now, what do you feel should be done?
You have just answered it now. If they are not working well, then you can be excused to go and perform elsewhere. But for me, I strongly believe that it is more than just their performance. Even that these are coordinating, they are trying to ensure that the proper monitoring of the minister's activities through the key performance indicators that they have gone ahead to set for them. There's more to that. Let's not forget we have less than 6 or 5 more active months for before the election, and we have less than a year or two for this current regime to leave power. Either if they win, they can continue or whatever. But I don't believe there is more than that. It's more or less, I call it a political commentary. Everything is geared towards 2027. So it's not a matter of performance. You see, that term performance relative, what I might see as performance may not be the indicator, the definition within the palace of political these gladiators. You understand now? So I strongly believe that the president is trying to rearrange his cabinet in such a way that there will not be anybody or any region that might decide to do otherwise. Because when we are trying to say that they are not performing, sorry, look at what happened to the current Minister of Defense, who came out 2 days ago to come and deny that he never planned to resign. That shows that issue of credibility challenge in the presidency. How did the rumor come out? And let's not forget again that major challenge, but an agency, the presidency. So you can see that we have a presidency, so to say, that is struggling to buy the confidence of Nigerians, to let Nigerians feel that yes, I'm working based on the complaints about certain agencies of government ministry. These are the moves we are taking. Nigerians are tired of this. I want to change, I will change, I will bring another person. Apart from very few of them, most of them are not working. Even if your ministry is not the one that come and publicize your activities, however, we are not feeling your impact. Is it the case of roads? Is it the case of power? Is it the case of education? Which sector? In the case of health? Let's not forget, if you make introspection to the budget performance, because they normally get their funding from what is stipulated
in the budget.
The performance of our budget has been so poor, and the ministers are not to a very large extent must have contributed in terms of the approvals of this fund for them to go and work. So for me, I believe that this political commentary that they are just working on now, they just to see how best they can strategize for 2027 and not in any way to improve on the quality of life of Nigerians. So I don't feel that it's anything new that we begin to applaud.
All right, it said it is not going to impact in any way on the quality of life of Nigerians. Now, as a politician, Bishop Akalame, now do you feel that what Mr. President is proposed to do right now in terms of cabinet reshuffle is all about 2027, or is to make Nigerians feel the impact of his government?
You see, when I started, I mentioned but I gave you 3 reasons. These reasons I gave you, I also mentioned that one of the reasons is 2027, but the other reasons which I gave to you, because any president who wants to win an election must ensure that good governance is delivered to the people. And in doing that, you cannot do it alone. You need to look at the quality, the character of the people working with you. So, when you reshuffle periodically, first of all, like what His Lordship said, is that first of all, you need to examine, there's what is called a coordinating ministers, who reach out to look at measure the performance of all these ministers, how far they have performed in their respective offices, to ensure that they're actually doing what they are being trusted to deliver. If Mr. President discover that this office is not helping me to deliver quality governance to the people, what we need to do is to reshuffle. That is political strategy. To ensure that if people feel your impact, if you are giving responsibility to a minister of transport or minister of works, it's not doing his job very well, and you know it will affect you as Mr. President, because you need all these people to achieve success. If 1 or 2 are failing, it will affect the corporate result, and that is the corporate result that the people will frown at. Who will they point hand to? The Mr. President. So if you don't want people to blame him, they need to look at the contribution of these people who are given responsibilities. In doing that, then the people will not feel the impact of the dividend of democracy. Maybe at the end of the day, if they have reservation that they may not vote you, let me tell you something, you can change the mind of the electors a week to an election. A week to an election, I tell you. Now let me tell you now, if you go to any petrol station right now, you can get for at least 1 Tara 2, or maybe 1 Tara 16 naira, or 1 Tara 160.
No, 1,330.
1 Tara 330, yeah, 1 Tara 330, or 1 Tara just there, but it depends on the place you're going. But let me tell you something, that if Mr. President decides to adjust the price of the pork price, adjust the pork price from 1 Tara 3 to 500 naira a week before election, I tell you, he will win before 12 noon. Just a singular act. I am telling you. So that is why when you reshuffle, you bring capable hands to help you drive the economy. All right. That's true. There are people who helped them before in the last election. They are now redundant. They are not doing anything. They feel cheated. Then you look at them again, you are patronizing this one. Let this one go. Bring this one in. So settle the boys. So because you can use them as tools. We call them political machines in their respective unit awards. You win election.
All right. Bishop Austin, someone like saying that this might be an avenue for Mr. President to use some of these ministers as one scapegoat or as a foreman, people that will take the blame for the failures in some aspect of this administration. What do you say about that?
Mr. President is not anybody that knows President Bola Ahmed Tinubu over the years. You know, he's not somebody that does responsibility. It's not a president that does responsibility, and it's not a president that will blame somebody for his own failure. It's only somebody that have not followed him for a very long time. It's somebody that takes responsibility. If you look back, you see that the issue of net fund, it was even he has not even resumed as a president when he started fixing ASU. All of us knew in the days of Jonathan, 12 months they were at home. In the days of Buhari, but you see the proactive measure, the man always tap whenever anything else want to come up. Net fund today, nobody will say, my child is not going to school because there is no education. My brother said here there is no development. I drive on the road. I drove from Lagos 3 days ago. From interchange to Ijebu, they got in there. 10 feet concrete road. It has not happened in the history of Nigeria. With 13 mm on the road. Now these are not roads. I was there when they do Sukumbon. They have not commissioned Ajeba Mbele.
So you have the heart to drive from Benin to Lagos?
I drive there before it's there. I broke myself down from Lagos. So from that interchange to Ijebu, they have gotten to Ijebu on both sides. Akura is going on. Jebba is going on. Ebelu Apagua is going on. Kefi Nasarawa, I'm talking of concrete road. I'm not talking of roads that have not been commissioned that is already destroyed. The man called Dangote and said, I want to use local content. I'm not importing bitumen. I'm going to use cement. Now instead employ more workers because you are going to massively bring in cement. Now those people that are working, they are not from the sky. They are not from China. Those who are employed more in Dangote and more where they do the cement we are talking about. Now these men that are working on the road, now they have families that they work there. As I'm not telling you what I read in the newspaper. I'm telling you roads that I go.
So you're giving people the money now, it pass back.
I have videos. We come down those roads and measure and snap. The roads I'm telling you, I'm not telling you. Say a journalist is talking to me. I am a mobile journalist to confirm the authenticity of what is being done. Anybody go to any of these transport company now, they are smiling because they know that the Toyota they use in 6 months, now they can use it in 3 years because the kind of road you have now is not the type we used to have. It's not the road. Even some of those who are fighting him now, they knew that there's not going to be contract of those roads in the next 50 years. That there's not going to be contract. I don't give you an example of Ajebandele One. Sukuk board was used to do that project. They have not commissioned it. We see more than 11 potholes on the bitumen road. Now we have a concrete road. This road is taking my village, that Lagos Coastal Highway. We have been to Calabar, the one that is coming from that end. Somebody will say there is no development. Except the person is flying on the air. Me, I don't fly. I drive on the road. I go on road. So it's not about somebody giving me a report of what is happening. And those kind of road that we are driving, as I'm talking to you now, road from my village to Ore, connecting to Akure, is ongoing. Now, those people in that area now, you will not tell them that government has not reached to them. I'm talking to you in Delta, now you are from Delta. There is a particular village that they are doing 29 bridges. They are both 15 now. Those people have not come out of their cocoon to the road with vehicle. You will not tell those people now that development, well, maybe those who are building houses there, you know what it will take you to move 1 bag of cement to that your community. Because you are going to take 5 spots. 5 major spots will carry 1 bag of cement.
All right, Bishop.
When they get there, the cement is not even 5,000.
All right, Bishop, first of all,
if it is what we are looking at, the evil God that created us cannot solve the problem of human being. Not because it does not have capacity.
I will come back to you, Bishop. I'll come back to you because first of all, I know your comments when you're driving from Benin to Lagos. I love that. Yes, please.
It's not commercial.
I want to
let him speak for now.
Sincerely appreciate your belief and what you think. I also drive. So you just give some instances. I work in rural communities. I drove from here, from Ekpoma to Port Harcourt. I drove from here to Abuja. Can you drive from here to Abuja for 5 or 6 hours? No thanks to the governor who will influence that issue of just time about 10 kilometers between the areas of Iruepe down to around Irua. So for me, the way, for me personally, we did not beg the president to come to become the president. He volunteered. I want to come and serve you. So I don't understand why we should continue to applaud them when we feel that there's other areas they can take care of. For example, there's a common indicator issue that affects Nigerians, which is fuel. You mentioned cement. How many of us can buy a bag of cement? A bag of cement goes for about 12,500. What about fuel? The president is the minister for petroleum. What is happening in that sector? Not that so the government should not deceive Nigerians. We thought that we are doing coastal and water, man. You can do more. Look at what's affecting the average Nigerian. If there's a way can even attend to that, address that issue of petroleum, fine and good. But I want to say this: Nigerians are tired of palliative governance. The election is coming. Let's try to see what we can easily do. Let's see if we can deceive our people. And Nigerians are getting wiser. That enough is enough. So for me personally, I believe that the president can do more. There are other areas that this current regime is struggling to survive. That issue of credibility question. Look at what happened yesterday again. Donald Trump wrote the presidency to thank him for what they did. Very commendable. And it was all over the news. They're not shameful. All over the news. But for me, I believe that the president has to do more. Nigerians are suffering. This issue of petrol.
So what has it got to do with the ministers right now? Don't forget the topic on the ground.
No, fine. You are more or less the president. Sorry. You are the head of the home. Even when you delegate individuals to work, you track what they are doing.
Right.
It's not for you to abandon them that after you are not performing, I will deal with you. Fine and good, no problem. But I believe that the current change or movement of the presidency is not for the betterment of Nigeria. Let's not forget, it has some fundamental implications in terms of our markets and policies. No government, no sincere foreign government want to come and work with a regime that in every 6 months, every year, there's a change of cabinet. That means that there's no policy consistency. Here are some of the challenges, and that's where I'm looking at it from. President Raidon, fine and good, but you need to do more so that I can appreciate you more. Benin to Abuja is hell in terms of quality of life and water. And you're a minister. And what are you not for the fact that he spent about 14 hours traveling from Lokoja to Benin? Who knows whether they would have even volunteered to get BOA to do what they're currently doing.
Thank you.
In Assam.
Comrade Jude, well, you have to hold on that. Bishop, you are a hardcore politician, right from the word go. That have spoken from their mind. Bishop Ibasa gave a testament of what he saw, and of course, our Comrade Jude also gave a testament of what he saw. Now, can one really say that the reason behind this proposal is due to the rumor around the death of a lady that is linked to David Umahi, the Minister for Works, the rest of them?
I want to quickly say this, that if you're holding a public office,
yes,
you must come with character. You must be a man with high moral standards. You should not be on the news for the wrong reasons. And when you are on the news for the wrong reasons, you are desecrated that office you are holding. That is why, where you want to give job or you want to give appointment to somebody, after looking at capacity, in fact, even before capacity, the first thing you have to look at is the character of that person. But we cannot preempt the decision of Mr. President in this regard. What we should do is that if we are discussing in this direction, we are becoming presumptive. But if someone has done something wrong, in my own philosophy and the way I behave, is that we should address it. It should not be tied to an existence. Now people will say that they want to reshuffle the cabinet so that some people will be edged because of what they have perceived. And I even see in the House where such issues have been discussed in the chamber. That is fine. If a public officer has done what is wrong, he should be disciplined, subjected to investigation and discipline. You know what? A leader, so people understand the meaning of leadership. Once you're a leader, you're a light. People look unto you, even those who are subjected to your leadership, even those who are not with you, who are outside, our youth, the young ones. That's why you see them, even in university, they come to plenary, they want to listen. They not only want to learn the proceedings, they don't only want to learn the activities going on, they want to learn morals. They want to learn a lot of things going on. If you look at what is going on in Nigeria, there's what is called moral decadence in every aspect of our lives.
So where you're driving at right now, should it not be only of this duty because of the rumors around the death of a particular lady in question?
That is why I am now telling you that if we are discussing it and tied to what is happening or what Mr. President is intended to do, we are presumptive.
Presumptive. Thank you. Bishop, do you share the same opinion?
What is
because you're clapping from that he is doing so, but we have a contrary view.
What we are saying is that, you see, there's an issue that happened that has to do with a lady before. If we are going to talk about Umahi, you talk about what happened before, how the other lady was coerced to come back and come and say nothing happened. Now, in my place, they said, you say Baba is sick. Agidi is going inside. Leaf is coming out. Like we are taking Agidi inside, we are bringing leaf out. That means that the Agidi inside the leaf, the man you say is sick, is eating the Agidi, you are coming back to throw the leaf away. Yet you are telling everybody that the man inside is sick. So that's they said it in my place. The man cannot be sick. He finished first Agidi, the second Agidi, the third Agidi, and you still call him a sickler. So I think that no matter what, character is number one, just like my brother said. But it's just that we are in a country that character has taken the backstage.
All right.
No, character is important because what people say, they should be held accountable for it. For that, what has happened, Mr. President should act. No matter how good Umahi is, and action should be taken.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We want to go for a break. When we return, we'll dive into the second topic of discourse. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Well, joining us right now in the studio is the Vice Chairman of ADC Edo State, President Comrade Ohi Akarame, right? If I go back now, welcome Comrade Ohi. We still have Comrade Jude Obasomen, of course, Bishop Akarame. Sounds like your name also, but it's quite different. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So, we want to react to what Bishop Igbasa said before he had to go attend to one official duty. He want to just go an official assignment. So, what's your reaction like?
Just a brief one. Yeah. I would have expected that the Minister of Works would have been temporarily relieved of his position and a proper investigation conducted. It will serve as a deterrent to other individuals who might want to commit similar crimes, similar offenses. But by the time you romance it, to polish it, but everybody just feel that don't worry, if it happens, this is what we are going to do. Let's not forget again, a case of that issue of the fake agency of government. The guy had gone ahead to mention some names, but these guys are still in power, and the poor man, so to say, the last thing that the DSS, office. I believe that for a government that is sincere to the people that want to curb corruption, when things like this come up, you just could take some action, and then things the economy can move forward. But what is going on now? Tomorrow, you may not hear that case again.
It's found guilty is presuming
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, we want to dive into our second discussion. Not to worry, in course of this show, if time permits, we're going to within 4 lines to get your views and your opinions concerning these two topics. We are talking about, well, Peter Obi and the Fourth Crown Crusade, they came out last week, or they to say, look, to really make due the promise we made to Nigerians of having just one tenor for Peter Obi, he came out and he signed. So Nigerians, this is a contract I'll be having with you. 4 years, nothing more, nothing less. I will exhibit saying, after fixing Nigeria. I want to start off with you, Comrade Ohi. Now, what's your take about that?
Good afternoon, viewers. For Peter Obi, saying he just do one term of 4 years. 4 years is much, but it's also small. Peter Obi should also know that he will not be president and go that system. Anybody will go there and say he will do 4 years and actually mean it. Not in this Nigeria we are in. So you will know how powerful he is when he gets there. So that's my. I don't.
So you don't trust him signing that it's going to be just one term or one term.
Personally, I don't trust any politician telling me.
But you're a politician, so you don't trust yourself. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's where I mean. See, I'm just being realistic. You see, it's very easy to say it outside. When you get to the office, you see the same people that are telling Peter Obi, now sign it. No worry, you can go on with your tell them one thing. The moment he gets there, they are the people that will start printing posters for him when he's halfway into his first term. Wow. So if he's saying he's going there for 4 years, I don't believe it personally.
You don't believe him?
Yeah,
but he used to be your party before you to enter the NBC, so to speak. Anyway, I'll come back to you. You know, instead of you speaking out of sentiments right now. Well, Comrade Jude, do you share his views?
Not fully. For me, I strongly believe that 4 years is enough for anybody that is sincere to transform the country. Nigerians are a set of persons that we don't complain. Anyhow, we must have reasons why you must buy fuel for 2,000 naira. We must have reasons why you must build a house, close to heaven, a place like that. We need somebody who will be able to come and tell us, sorry, this is the direction of where I'm going to. But however, looking at the various, the current political situation and reality in Nigeria, I don't want that can work for him. Because if at this statement coming out that one strategy to see how it can maybe from other individuals and try to see how it can to an extent too if it works out for him, so he can balance the political arrangement in such a way that people will now know that fine, this not sound like should be sustained. But for now, I believe that just the tool for him to effectively come on board. Because he eventually emerges, people in the community will be the one to have all will be the one to go and consult whoever to say this our son. We don't know Timo. Yes, you have agreed that you want to stay for 1 term, but that cannot. However, let's not forget that his position is not constitutional. Yes, you can now go into you can have 2 terms. It's not constitutional. So when that time comes, I love my lovely learned men. They come with another argument like what was of Jonathan. So I believe that just a political arrangement to say I can gather enough votes from across the country and for him to proceed.
So you know that Nelson Mandela went back setting for just 1 term in office, even as a president in South Africa. When he was asked to come up for a 2nd term, he blatantly said no.
Who did you mention? Nelson Mandela. I'm not discussing Peter. And the environment within which those incidents are likely to take place.
I'll go back to you here.
And you can see the failure or the rapid of Nelson Mandela is in South Africa, even among the NC.
Mr. Makalame, as a politician, of course, a chairman of all chairman political parties in Edo State, what's your political sense telling you right now? Politically speaking.
Well, we have to be real, you know, in making some comments regarding Mr. Peter Obi's position. You cannot tell a man not to aspire. I have always said to people, you don't tell a man not to aspire. Every man has right to his own decision. If Mr. Obi has come to say, oh, just give me 4 years, I will turn Nigerians around. That is his own opinion. But we know that it is not realistic. First of all, we know that he was a former governor of Anambra State. He has occupied an office before, but the office he occupied, the environment, is different from the Aso Rock. First of all, if Mr. Peter Obi is voted into office tomorrow, he gets to Aso Rock, you have to fraternize with the system, the environment. First, you have to get seated. Fraternize with the workers of the environment. And let me tell you that when we talk about policy decision, it takes stages. When it comes, it can take you 2 years to implement policy. First of all, you have to think.
But it never took Donald Trump a year to implement policies. He hit the ground running.
Depends on the environment. You see, there are people, you see, when you come to management, when you are doing management, we are saying to Supreme Court, what will work in ITV may not work in ATA. Depends on the environment. You can be an accountant, you can be a banker in Benin City here, build houses, buy cars. Then you go and become the same banker in Lagos. You cannot live beyond self-contained. Environment. These are factors from opposed to cognizance. Now you are going to a different zone, a different environment. That alone is a vitiating factor that will determine and vitiate your decision. That will take time. So talking about policy decision. First of all, you have to think. When you think, you formulate. When you formulate, you implement. So you do all of these things, 2 years is gone. Then the remaining 2 years in Nigeria politics for politicking. We are talking about 2031, 2031. So you cannot come to say, give me 4 years to transform Nigeria. You know what? Nigeria has a complex economic problems looking at us in the faces. We will see they are palpable. And solving them 10 years is not enough for Mr. President to solve Nigeria problems. You see, when Bishop Ibasa was saying, he said when he was driving, he said he saw good roads. Then when Dr. Jude was saying, they said, no, from here to Abuja, it's no way. That's what you have seen. They will tell you the complexity of the problems facing us in this country.
Like an elephant.
You might be forcing, you see, just like the way Nigeria is being bastardized and the problem facing us, you will be facing problems as if you're not physically retired.
All right, I'll come back to you. Because I choose to call names of presidents outside Nigeria for us to really buttress the point we are raising or discussing on this particular platform. When Donald Trump became president, one way. Nelson Mandela, after 4 years, they're coming back. He did it and he left on a clean note. Why are you guys, or when I say some Nigerians, doubting the credibility of Gregory Peter Obi after he came out and told Nigerians and the world that this is it? 4 years, one term, he is true.
Actually, nobody is doubting the credibility of Peter Obi. You just made mention of Trump. That is a working system. If Trump leaves the White House today, the next person that goes into that White House will continue seamlessly. But in Nigeria, can we have such a thing? Is it not the same presidency that there is a unknown agency of government? That means we don't even know how many agencies we have in government. Is it the same government that will be a seamless transmission? See, like Bishop Ahalame said now, in Nigeria, before you settle down in government, in presidency, it takes you almost 2 years. And after that 2 years, let's say you do some work for a year, the next year is for election. So Peter will be coming there, he will have to acclimatize to the place, before then start making his...
Are you not saying that no Nigerian politician vying for presidency, they don't have ideas to implement? That's what all of you are saying right now. I don't trust them because I give examples because we're looking at people that are greater than us in what we're trying to do. Are you saying you don't have ideas? The government is so bad that you can't use months or even weeks to start up what you have in mind for Nigerians?
Yes, what is bad is polluted. Let's not deceive ourselves. I like telling people that Nigeria, the way Nigeria is right now, it will be so difficult for anybody to make any meaningful change in even 8 years. Not to talk of telling us that he will transform Nigeria in 4 years. It is almost impossible, if not totally impossible. So I believe he's saying that just to get the votes from up north. You know, the Nigeria north and south presidential rotation. Yeah. He knows that the northerners are saying no. I would rather be with Tinubu than going another 8 years before power coming back. So the only thing, the smart thing to tell them is to tell them, I will do 4 years. And that's what he's doing.
All right, Ogenachi, you mentioned the northern factor. Is that the reason you feel that he's saying that if it's not going to happen?
But that is a major.
Please, to talk the show, you need to call 080-7777-0300 to contribute your own quarter to this discussion. Please continue.
How this creative who also see to Nigeria for the 20-30 years, how to benefit them. They must have looked at the matrix. Which one is favorable? If for us to go for the current president, okay, 4 years, fine. Or if for us to look for somebody who we can use to ensure that maybe after his own 4 years, it will come back to us. Or we go for a fresh person who they feel that may not work. However, in terms of governance, let me just quickly chip in this now. I believe that when most of them are aspiring, right, it should have a template. Nigerians are tired of a case whereby you want to become the president, and once you emerge as the president, it will now take you another 6, 7, 8 months. You will now have your minister.
We have this caller, please. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. What's your name and where are you calling from? All right, Sonny, go ahead.
What's your political sense telling you?
I'm the anchor. Let me to answer your question. If you want to answer the question, Sonny, go ahead. What's your contribution?
Okay. I'm sure you heard that trending news. Bachelor said that a man who could not give power in 6 months should be kicked out of office. I'm sure you heard that news that says that Buhari administration said every year 10,000 megawatts. That should have 4 years will be 40,000 megawatts of electricity. How many do we have now? How many times did the Buhari administration contested that we're going to turn Nigeria better than America? At the end of the day, it's swallow money. I think what Peter Obi should have started with, he should have said that in his 4 years in office, he will be buying fuel by himself. If I'm not in the vehicle, I will not buy fuel. I think that's because that's the kind of campaign he should have carried. Today we'll start 4 years. Do you know what it means? The first 3 years, he is going to try to sit down because we do not have a template. You cannot compare Nelson Mandela, who did 5 years. Donald Trump came into White House, there was already a template. Whether Republican, whether Democrat, they already have a template. But in Nigeria, every government comes with an issue. Before I talk about Obama administration, lead to Buhari administration, lead to Jonathan administration, 4 years already over. I think we should tell ourselves the truth. It's not realistic, it's not achievable. That if Mr. Peter Obi says that if I enter office, if I'm not in the vehicle, don't back here, then I will agree. So say that 4 years, I will leave the office. The most the purpose of coming to political office. So you need to tell ourselves what we think we can do. Because at the end of the day, Nigeria will remember you and say that you're not telling the truth and you're a liar.
So what about the proposed restructuring or reshuffling of cabinet?
Yes, I had this issue with you on the radio platform. Was a man like you see the former army chief that says that once they get into office, he's going to find out the man that made that order that people should not do anything. How many more men stay in the office? What have they done? So I think that when you make a man in the area of insecurity, in the area of economy, he's not doing well, President should have fired them. He didn't fire them first, and he fired second time. Time is running out of time, and at the end of the day, it is Mr. President that people will call that he didn't do well because he cannot be everywhere. So I think that it should be sharper because right now he's not working. He needs to go back and look at what he needs to do so that at the end of the day, Nigeria will work. At the end, if these are not done, he will also be held responsible as all of those presidents who made fair promises that never came to pass.
Thank you, Senator Gaduso. All right, well, comment, please. Continue the comment you're making.
Briefly, for actually present issues the way they are. How the former the bishop was around to also hear for another patriotic Nigeria in terms of the decay in the system. You see, for me personally, I've been advocating that let us have a one-term system of 5 years. One-term system. So when you are coming on board, this issue of re-election will not be there. But we only get it wrong based on the maturity of our democracy. That no problem. Let me use 4 years now. Let me use some paparazzis. After the 4 years and I'm re-elected, no problem. There's myself, my wife, my children.
Yeah, hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from? All right, doctor, go ahead.
Yes, we believe that we can do that for 4 years. We believe that.
You believe you can do it in 4 years?
Yes, you can do that.
So what are your reasons? What are the reasons that made you have that notion you can do it within 4 years?
He do many things that people when we are surprised in that state. Even the cover, even the students in that area, nobody has got many scholars. So we believe that we can do all things to change this country in that 4 years. We believe that.
All right, so what about the restructuring of cabinet? Please, this one, tell you to please watch your emotions. You have to watch your emotions, please. You could see you believe so much in Peter V becoming emotional. So please, I got the point you were making. Yes.
My brother just said while he was speaking, he asked me a question that I'm here to answer. Did Peter B, while His Excellency Peter B, did he do, he contested to become the governor of Anambra State because there were so many ills and rot in the system. Did he do 4 years in Anambra State? If you can answer that, maybe that will also guide us in projecting or permitting what might likely happen if he emerges.
Thank you so much, Comrade Jude Obasomi, PhD. Well, you're going to have your last line in this discussion. Now, what advice do you have for Peter Obi? He has already signed, and he said he cannot go back on his word. He is a man of his word.
Peter Obi, he can sign. It's it's right to say this is what he wants to do. It's not binding on Nigeria and Nigerians. So I think what he should do is to sell himself to the North. The people he's trying to play this game with, that I will do just for
years.
It is better a man comes to say, this is me, and this is what I can do, than he's telling you that he will do just 4 years. If he gets there, he becomes the most powerful man in Nigeria. So who is going to enforce what he has signed? If he decides to say, okay, whatever I've signed, I will no longer stand by it, who will enforce it?
All right. Thank you so much. Well, Bishop Akalame, your last line, please.
Well, it is the decision of the electorate to decide who become the next president. All you need to do is to market yourself, sell yourself, give out your policy document.
So saying this one is not a strong marketing strategy. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that
politically speaking,
no. If you said I want to do 4 years, it's not you that will do the 4 years. It's not you that will determine whether you do the 4 years. It is the decision of the people. So let the people decide whether you're going to do 4 years or Mr. President, the Bola Tinubu will still be there. It is the decision of the people. We all go to the field. They will vote for our choice to continue.
You're speaking like a true politician. Well, Judah Basami, your last line.
I wish him well, but let him know that he's not the owner of NDC. And if he's going to go to come up again, maybe after 4 years, the party will be the one to help him decide. However, if he emerges as the president, he owns the party and can do whatever he wants to do. So I wish him well.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for a wonderful analysis. You've heard them too, talking points. Yes, Bishop Osni Basa needs to go, fix one or two things. That's why he chose to leave us to go attend to some pressing needs. Well, Bishop Akalame, thank you so much. And of course, Comrade Ohi Akarame, the R and the L. Yes, Akarame, thank you so much. And of course, Comrade Judah Basham, the PhD, thank you so much for being here. Well, let's see how all this will pan out. Not like saying that it is high time restructured cabinet. Some people are saying with Peter Obi, Nigeria will be better according to that, because he said he has signed it, he's going to just do 1 term. The question is 4 years going to be enough to fix Nigeria? Mr. Erosa Osumadabola will be right back from next week, because gladly he has resumed. Yeah, so he's now back to refire to give you more on this particular platform. 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Marshall signing off.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful. Well, this is my brother, I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Idions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Audion ma Okada zima esama zima dio ebuna zima dio obala zima dio mara we ma ri o sama dio na mi ma do pon mi sama mi ma do gbe ken sama e ma dio wa we na esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to ne baba no get to ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbo o oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbo ya no we mi maga me ni just Christ no mi afa
in Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
When you look at time now, the only time when we say go tell you, then we say it takes now o'clock, now be the thing, the heart of the matter. You go ask me now, say, which matter I want to look the heart today? Like I talk all the time, no matter how ant small reach, if you put your eye for ground where, you go open the ant, you go see the heart of that ant. To look today, it's a big ant. We say concern the country Nigeria, they go carry and come down to our state, Edo State. How we will take sovereign? People they won't be say they in charge for government side, we will look at. People they won't be say they for church side, we will look at. What in the church they do to make sure say security day? Where they join hand with government to make sure say security day? And what even government they do to make sure say security day? State police when they say they want to give us, which road they won't carry us past? Or is there a question they won't be say we will ask ourselves?
as the program dey waka dey go. My name na Thomas Sado. Welcome. Now wetin I go tell you with that. Who be the people that when we want to check this matter with us? I know say you go dey wonder now. I get another person here that people they when be say they in charge for every side they call churches there for Nigeria before you call 1 to 3 never call them. Say no churches they when be say they for Nigeria, and one of them when be say yes they and I be the regional pastor of Omega Fire Ministries. When we say a name now, Pastor Courage Imolore. What's I call the name well? Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Because now we talk about the church side when for the matter. Then our brother when we say a day here, every the call commissioners when we say they in charge of safety, they in charge of public security. You never call a name. Let's say you never know this is just now you say you there, or you know say you say people like that. Then they make them say if they sleep well to make you sleep the way it's supposed to be. I talk about one person, let me say, Honorable Faith. Yeah, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank
you, viewers and listeners.
I know it's not big grammar to speak. You know, so we don't go school like you. So you go bring a conduct small. Okay, may I just start from you?
Yes.
They say after God, now government. And to make matters just sweet away, now GG, now follower. After the first G, you go see O. After the first G for government, now O, you go still see. For this our state, Edo State, how on they do to make sure say people they feel sleep well? Because they complain say yes, to sleep these days for night or stand they travel now issue.
Well, I thank every listeners and Thomas Sado, I thank you when you bring me come here today. It's not easy, but we must come we begin to tell people what we do. The fact is that in our government, we make sure say all the noise, all the happenings for a group, not just alone, no, Nigeria as a whole, but a group. You say, oh, security deal, kidnapping deal, terrorism deal, drug addiction deal, or drug sellers deal, and all that. We must be able to work with all the security agencies to reduce it to the barest minimum. Say, this one that they talk, say, we sleep with 2 eyes closed. We not say make you the closed one, the open one, but make you try, make you enough sleep. So it will be, then they can say the government of today make sure they do everything to ensure say Edo people that be able to sleep and close their 2 eyes.
Okay. Before we talk of government, now God already said go. But I know why I start with my brother here first. I said because I know say now him with the see here. The other one now our faith, now our belief, now that one be. I want to ask you now, my brother Imolore Courage, Pastor, the Christian world or the Christian community, if let's say just leave all of these things when we say concern security for the hands of even of government, and so if let's say now just the pastors, the now say they get the security, the followers then when we say the inside, they'll get pastor will get policemen, get everybody the follower, but the followers they say don't worry, have faith, God is with you.
Ogasado, thank you for bringing me here. I appreciate you. And to all our viewers and listeners, God bless you all. That will not be true.
So you miss how they talk like now.
Okay, listen. Make I respond to the issue of pastors with policemen. Like today now, I finish for New Benin Market. I go preach. The crowd, the mobbing. So why would sometimes you see they carry those police, not just for security, but just to help curtail individuals when we say they want mob you. Oh, you know, they see pastor, they're out of joy, excitement, they will hold your cloth, draw, push me.
They draw Jesus Christ. Now only touch Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, you know, say,
and you know, say Jesus Christ get 12 disciples, and they be name, one gets sword. Okay. Now, see, for the issue of security, the church, they play better role. Number one, we get some degree of peace for this country and Edo State in particular, because of our pastors, our religious leaders. Almost on a daily basis, they are committing the state in prayers. And they pray for the state. Like my organa, Monday to Friday, there's a prayer section 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Part of that prayer, security day. Because no matter anything what you do, no matter the apparatus, when you get the security outfit and all, if God hand not there,
you watch it.
Watch it in vain. The watchman that watched the city without God involved. Now vain they watch. So church they pray. we dey pray. Number two, we dey teach morality. Our youths, when we get today for Edo State, for Nigeria, if you look towards the southern part and towards the northern part, that's a difference there.
Okay, no worry, you go show me that difference last time they work out, they go. The one when say we dey talk about insight, then be the one like say if you go around different people, then they for different states then. They get Hishba police for north, they get a Motekun for west, for southwest and the rest. Those states, how their own be, because we see different kind of uniform and all of that, but we don't know how the thing they be to make sure say yes, we get people they want to say they have you those states they don't get that kind plan as it be say yes, how they get for southwest where it be say they get a Motekun.
Well, for Edo, we get a popular name what we call them vigilante, local vigilante. But for the government circle, we call them Edo State Security Corps, ESSC. Now we call them. So if they use a Motekun, then they use a Hisba, those will not be our language. I know say Edo na cosmopolitan people will be. So we'll not just be pick one day, one person with the other person will say what you talk. So we say Edo State Security Corps, and that vigilante, when we talk vigilante, it go around for everybody mouth and everybody know what we talk. They know say not be not an ordinary policeman, not be soldier. You understand? Not even be civil defense. They know say this one are the local police when Edo State they use.
The fear when we say for the game, we say they see some of them with guns, maybe these locally made guns and all of that one. We dey look am, we don't know how, which kind of training we see they give, we see they can't carry guns, number one. And secondly too, the people they want to say would able to fight against now. Or want to say yes with the turn, and people they say they can't go and they carry what more than their lives. Let somebody talk. But we're going to ask them how they acquire these guns then. Who teach them to use these guns? Or what do they do to teach them to use all this kind of gun when they carry?
Well, at all, Naimba, we not talk say we must carry AK-47 or 49. But being the first responder when they be, if they local place now, then it's still for them or they kidnap somebody. If 10 of them begin to pursue the 3 when they be, and I don't want to talk say number of them carry AK-47, but they will know say the people serious. Okay. You understand? And from there they will seek help from either the military formation. There are so many ones they call FOB. Or the police themselves, or even the those states, and what they call it, NSCDC. So, not necessarily say until we reach to carry AK-47, we're never serious. We equally know what those guns will do to you if they shoot you with a locally made gun or pump action or double barrel when they carry. Those are the things. It might not be. Some guys advantage, some guys disadvantage.
At the country, the training when they say, so how they take they know this.
The training before I came on board, they carry them, go Ogida. They screen them properly and then give them military and police training. If we actually talk now, maybe you will ask me a question on that later. The forest guard.
No, they come there.
They were here around the Kadola yesterday. Inside the
when I come to forest guard, they tell me about forest guard. Make you not jump the gun. Make I come to you. You know one thing. When they say the thing they born now, you talk about Jesus Christ. You get what they call out 12 people on carry gun and all of that kind of thing. But the fear when we say people they fear for inside, we say these people that when we say supposed to give us some kind of cover and all of that. We get the place say owner at the church to preach morality, to do everything. There's supposed to be a time when we now fit the liaise with government, say, let's work hand in hand. But the like say salvation be how to give the people, if I tell them salvation prosperity, when we say so they enter it deep into the system and to synergize with government to give people protection. I know if I ask a guy, first of all, here, honorable, he go tell me say never see you one day when we say yes, you are in Sudan as one of the pastor of one of the biggest churches for Edo State to say we can talk about how we say we take give our people security.
Okay, make I respond to that. Using Edo State now as example, we get PFN, we get CAN. There's no way when church, from time up to this moment, not the liaise with government. The church and government has always been one. And if you see now, today, not the only person who want to contest as governor for this state, who want to contest for House of Assembly, they always come to church.
Okay. And not for prayers.
For prayers. The prayer thing, they can. You may not need to see me as a person. We have the Christian religious body that tends to cover for the Christians as Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Christian Association of Nigeria. At every month or at every time, they get meeting with the government of the day, where they interface, they interact, talk about development, how to ensure security for the state is intact. So, say church not the liaise with government, that will not be true, because the church, the liaise with government. Government need the church need the government.
Now the government that go ask, now government now they work with churches.
Oh, well, they work with everybody. Will not be say I don't feel tell them many times. The issue of security not be
one man
every discourse every time.
Okay.
And when they reach out to us.
Okay. So we get the one if you share with the people, get the one if you share with the people.
Yes. The truth is not just that they are praying for the nation. They equally they give moral support.
Okay.
We see which one they do. Thank you. You understand? So then they equally they help the local sectors where they operate. You understand? I remember one of the churches, the Heritage and all that, when they say they can't steal their things and park everything when they the church, they can't sell for market for Lagos. They got information, they came to us and we helped them repatriate some of those things, you know. But in the course of time, they were now saying they need our support in terms of giving them our men. We equally let them do what they must.
This man, when we say they talk about now, we see they say most of them now inside Benin here now we say they concentrate on more than in Edo Central, Edo North, because like me from my place now from Edo North, my place now is better to go to farm. Now problem, you get to a point where we see they kill one man and his husband, one man and a wife and the son that they go church, they rape the woman, but the man present, they kill the woman, the son man is wrong, but they shoot the man to the talk and the man not get leg again. So that kind of a thing now, why basically all of these people when on the train, so when you talk about vigilante or you talk about those, don't they push them go that side?
Okay, when I came on board, October last year, 15 precisely, our governor, Senator Mongo, he said, all the vigilantes when they don't train, they do say security when they don't train. He wants 300 each for each local government. Make them be their staff. They are working. Yes, 300 per local government. Times 18. That gives you 5,400. They are there working. You understand? If you not go, if you see that now, ask somebody in your place who is the sector commander, will tell you. You understand? I don't want to be calling names now. You are from Central.
I'm not from North.
No, it's Akon Central now.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I can begin to call you.
Who tells you I come from Akon Central?
You told me there's no place I don't know in this state.
Okay.
You understand? That's why we tell people who want to know the job and then leave us, make we do it. There's no place.
Nobody is able to do from doing your job now.
And that's what I'm saying. So we know those when they deal with different sectors. You understand? Say, well, Peter, you did there, Akabosu, you did for that side, the other man, you did for this side. They will give us. Like the near your village.
Okay. Okay, not in village, eh?
Of course.
Okay.
And his village, he get boundary.
Now we don't know your own village.
I will tell you, his village get boundary with Era.
Okay.
He get boundary with what do you call it from back of Ewu.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. Then you get boundary with Ile.
Okay.
That whole ungoverned bush. Our men entered there last week. They neutralized, first of all, neutralized 3, arrest 1, neutralized 2 again, arrest about 2. You understand? But I don't tell them, all the social media business. You understand? You give it to us to look at it, our government look at it, say, yes, right on, boys, you are doing well. You understand? And the people they kidnap, we're able to retrieve them. You know,
rescue them.
We rescue them. You know, behind the leg, Ewu, down to Era, going to Afuze, it's an ungoverned bush, ungoverned space, large bush, large expanse of bush. Then stay there, they think, say, we know if we reach there. We destroy their tents, that they are, using to have a habitation and all that. So these people are working in all the various communities. In Akoko Edo that day, they asked for help, the sector commander, they asked for help. And then a chopper came. And they told them when they enter here, the chopper will follow them. Enter here for inside rock and all that. They had to abandon those that they kidnapped. One was neutralized. One was arrested. We don't come on television, we talk all those stories every day. We cannot. You understand? But no day passes without us recording sources in terms of fighting insecurity.
Okay, make this insecurity when we say with the father. We already know now, say maybe only people they when we say they come from one maybe one region or one tribe or so maybe they do because if let's say it don't become business when we say almost everybody enter now. It don't become enterprise. So everybody enter now. So I want to find out whether we like them or not. A church the other day, I know what called the name and all of that. We see, say, some people they went, say, they go kidnap people from the church, from this side of the country. They kidnap people from the church, and at the end of the day, we come say, now some of the church members, and they even plan all of these things there to make sure they collect, go capture this man and all of that. And the church, the pastor, will make matters worse now. He can't go to the help out to see how to secure the members out of the place and that kind of thing. That's now what TBC was supposed to be drum for.
You see, in every organization, in every society,
in every 12,
you always have a Judas. You must have the bad egg. Yes, not everybody who comes to church, even the Bible talk now, not all that says Lord, Lord. Yes, you always get those when they say they still get bad head. Someday they never repent, finish. Okay. They see they go through process. Someday that bad thing they get from mind is still there. So in that church, definitely you always get them. But like what we do, in our little way, we partner with government to also ensure that our church or our churches are secured through security agencies. And as I tell you, you know, say church don't relate to government, not be true. Because sometimes we cry to the same government, please, we get so and so programs, we get so and so activities. Give us some of your men to help station or strategic junctions. Even for areas, look at areas within the church ASICs. We also aid security. We also ensure not just the church itself, even the houses adjoining houses when they're there, they're also secured. So the church is doing so much.
Okay. Make I come to the one that say, now I go see on this century, on this our so-called vigilante people. Because whether we like them or not, the one basically they come the big drum for now, they come they applaud now. Because talk and say before the next one come, because talk about the one they call forest guards. You don't understand? Forest guard. When I grow up, that time, I say people they want to say they serve as forest. Now stick to the hole. You understand? A bush. They go wear some of them go wear brown and brown, not this kind of brown shower. The khaki. When we see they wear, they go whole wood and all of that. Now that wood, now they will say they want to follow people. They want to say carry AK-47, they fight for this bush.
The forest guard. Yesterday here, since on Sunday, they're shooting range for
Sunday. Okay.
Yeah. Now AK-47 they do the shooting range.
Government approved maybe AK-47.
That is what the law will be.
Okay.
When you see the SOP, standard operating procedure of forest guard, now things like that they will hold.
Okay.
So the people that they train in Abuja NSA's office and therefore send them on national security advisors. And their guards then were in Benin last week. They stayed 3 nights. They met with the governor. I received them. They stayed. And they give pass mark for our trainees so far. On Monday next week, 27th, is the passing out for them. So we are going to have a passing out parade at Ogida, where they have been staying the last 2 months. So when these people come out, they say, you will be stranger, you call and say, now you know our forest pastors. Now that one, the president see when he say, no, make we use local style to deal with this matter. I agree that the forest guard of days of old, now stick them the hole.
I'm behind the scene.
Now things fall apart talk, say, LK the best, since men have learned to shoot without missing, they go to fly without missing. And the melon say, as sincere, and so into the chop. So as now talk say, no, stick no, you know reach the target again. Even going down no work again. We don't move. When I dey grow up, policeman when we see when we dey call supernumerary, now batting that they hold. We don't use batting club, do anything today. So we don't move to that level. And don't be surprised. It is a brainer. Say we don't get forest guard. They do law to have local police, what we call state police. All these ones now to take challenge those people who are not from this area when they want to teach us now they know our forest pass. There's no free land anywhere. In as much as the government is the owner of every land based on land use decree as amended in 1978. As it is today, you cannot go to any hinterland, you will not be able to say, in my own area, you will not to say, now this village is far from you. So you are not in a place where you say nobody has ever reached there before. But these people we are recruiting, we're not recruiting for Benin to be forest guard in Ujaja. The man who be forest guard in Ujaja is an Ujaja person. The man who be forest guard in Irua is an Irua person. The man who forest guard in your place will be from that very place in if you are from Fuga, yes, we recruit people from Fuga, we recruit people from all those surrounding communities, Rako, Udaba, and all that. Now they will come to Afuze, the same place. That's why I tell you, say, nowhere we don't know. And this training now, once this one they come out, government tell them that the second batch will come.
Okay, before I go take a short break, because by 5 o'clock on top of the hour, we'll take a short break, so I will go open the line, maybe say people calling. The issue of fear amongst us, because whether we like them or not, the one religion say, if they come attack them back with everything when say you get. But the other religion say, if they slap for this side, give them this side, make it be say slap you. And that kind of thing. You come the one that say, where will they? You go answer that question. After I say we'll take this break. Not going anywhere. We will take a very short break. When we come back, we'll open the line, make it say yes, so you call into the program, so you could tell us no, or tell us how you feel about the whole thing. And number will be say you take call us. Now be 080 77 77 03 00 080 77 77 03 00. After this break, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. The program today, Waka go, and the number of the program, our daughter, the heart of the matter. You see the number there, we'll put the number there so that you can call in, make you let us know how it be. Before we take that break just now, Pastor Monore, I'll deal with you. I will ask you the fear and the way we take the react as religion. Because whether we like him or not, you say one of the disciples when we say they with Jesus Christ, he gets a sword. We say he take fight and everything. But these days now the same Bible tells you if they stand for this side, give them the right one, they stand for left side, give the right and all of that kind of thing. And we will see now blood of Jesus, and we say with the prayer and all that. And the Bible tells us say faith without action or without work is useless. Take out from there.
Yeah, you see, the Constitution no empower us to attack when they attack you back. And this part of religion we belong to as Christians, we don't preach violence, we preach peace.
But the same Bible tells us the violence take it by force.
Say take it by force, no, not be to go kill, not be to commit murder, or else. But that day now, if you commit murder, they will come pick you. Don't put you inside police station. Not go ask whether you be Christian, not be Christian. So now where the government, like, thank God for the partnership between the church and the government. This is where the government, now where government will come in to come help us douse that tension, that apprehension, that fear when they. How? They provide security, they gather intelligence, and you see, like, what you know, share with us now, we have about 5,000 forest guards that will be deployed from next week. So to a large extent, we from this part of the world and Christians as it well, they create some atmosphere of peace. We know say somebody not doing we easily can't. And you see, thank God for the wisdom in the president, the governor, and his office. Now these are people who knows these nooks and crannies. Somebody from Afuze, for instance, he don't go the training, know how to shoot. Now they deploy him back to Afuze. Number one, night place. He will defend it with his life. He not go watch outside that can't destroy place. Number two, he know every corner, not the way you want follow. He know the corner. So we know the attack back.
When we say go they connive with them, they hear stories like that.
Maybe the bad head when they talk about now Judas he must day.
Okay, make I look one other this people they talk and say this one be say concern demolition of houses when they say the state government they do. So if they catch you, say they do this kind of bad market, then the house when they say they go bring her out, they'll bring you out from that place, bring them down and all of that. You should see that when they give us the kind of result when we say we want, because when the governors house they bring all these houses, they come down. People still they involved for this kind of bad market.
If they get result, I tell you just now, it's not everything. Then they will download in the open. You get some people now. Once the whistle blows small. Now lie, I not do. When they tell me, I not do. And those people, I not follow them. They not reach my house. So they only visit me last week. Then pass. So I not follow them do meet you. They not they live from my house. So they not be tenant. And they go they cry themselves. Why are we doing this? So that you will know everybody they watch every other person. I mean one another. They watch one another now.
Okay,
you understand? But the truth is, it is pretty difficult to really see somebody when they will destroy a house when we say no one get the ID.
Okay.
You understand? Because say something and say something. There's no security agent when he work with his own mind alone. He needs information to work with. You understand? We self when we did government, we did disguise to go around to do surveillance.
Okay.
And at the end we call government's attention to say,
okay, somebody did hello, good evening. I do too. What if you know where they call us from?
The IFB is the talk for Sakumba Road.
IFB is how you did this evening.
I
thought we did the border for television. What can come out there?
Okay. The problem when one month I was talking about. Since over time when we go Okida Bara for training.
Okay, you were vigilante at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
We started voluntary as an homeland. The homeland is start. Then we can't go Okida Bara for training. Since we come back, all the money, everything will pass through there. No compensation from the other sector. So now he send us to another training again. When may I may go train us. Now nothing. Now. So I don't know why it be like that.
Okay, no wahala. You hear what MBC talk. Now that question now you now MBC the director. So you hear them now. And the rest too. You see, the first time MBC they train them during the past administration, see nothing when MBC they go. So they don't even start they train them and they don't train they come out and everything. Waiting go be their fate now. See nothing, see they reach their hand as when MBC they come out, when MBC they train them. Though they first come out that time volunteers.
If they trainer, since okay will enter, say they trainer, you're supposed to be engaged now. Why would they talk say it would be fake? They're not just carry and go now. You push yourself, go there, go train. They were selected, screened, profiled before you go there. They go trainer.
But with the health government and continuity, those one day before now. Now drop out of the commot have been out because the first set when
Senator Amondo will not get you for inside. Okay. Like people, you not use politics to recruit them.
Okay.
So many people they when I know say, in fact in my place, the head of the Edo State Security Corps, he was already there before Obaseki.
Okay.
He's still the sector commander. Look, no distract us by all this political collaboration.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I better do the phone for television. What is your name? Where they call us from?
My name is Amonti. I dey call from Imoga.
From Imoga?
Yes, I go to the local government.
Okay, in your food is small.
Okay, so I dey watching on television just now. Then one person for there make statement about preaching.
Hello? What will happen now for all the way for Imoga? So I talk and small, talk and finish now. Make it be say we hear what be say they talk because we need here to answer the questions they want be say you fit give. Now make us bring the con here so that anything when we say you get to do when they fear you for mind or your mind they fear. If now God's side they talk about they will give you answer. If now the government side too they will still give you answer. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I
hear what the other guy they talk just now say now we send ourselves there. But not the way we just carry ourselves go there.
Okay, now the same
our
person
personal money we spend.
Okay.
And two, another matter again, this demolition when they will do so, and so much happy because the way countries want to take over everywhere, it don't work. So I so much appreciate that effort.
Okay.
So I beg if the same will not stay pass on to where we make it a day of we vigilante.
Okay.
We dey try, it's not easy for us.
Okay, but if you know say yes, you get any training when we say you go, they give you free this thing now. Make you meet the honorable commissioner when we say you did there. Make you bring your
get my certificate.
bring your case before them, and every other thing we say they get to do, they go do. And not be waiting to say we fit talk for television here at all. So make it be say you call in. You hear the kind of complaint we say they did. So I want now be say we don't like them or not. Akoko Edo they very close to your place now. And the one thing when we say concern the Christendom, then we say okay, as it be all of us now, we go no take this court because all the courts they come out, they take all of them. We not make anybody they wait now because of the night we say we day here. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, reduce the volume of a radio or television, sorry.
Hello.
People say some of these people, once they just see the number for them, just the user, they don't even know who. It's a very serious business now. They say, yes, what they do here. Even a pastor, because they know say pastor, they talk waiting, they say, yes, they make people, they invest. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Good evening.
Thank you. What will be your name?
Osaze from Siloko Road.
Osaze from Siloko Road. Talk to us.
Okay. What do we want to ask the Honorable Commissioner we did there?
No, I don't want to ask a Monore question, Pastor.
Make us the Commissioner first.
Okay.
So that we declare how many thousand forest guard we install?
Over 5,000.
Okay. And when they say that one.
He said, wait. He said the forest guard now. Let her hear by yourself.
Forest guard 500.
Okay.
Forest guard.
Yes.
How many are you deploying, sir?
He said, how many are you deploying forest guard?
500.
500. Okay.
Now we don't
500.
Second batch is coming up.
Yeah,
What about the
Vigilante, 300
local government.
For the vigilante, all over the 18 local government is 300 each. For the vigilante, forest guards 500 across the state for now.
When are they taking effect? So we want to know so that our mind can be addressed.
See, they go swear they in or they go do.
300 is already there. Local government.
Okay, 300 is there already.
Yes, but the forest guard will be passing out on Monday.
Okay, thank you so much. The Bible talk and say for the laborer is worthy of his wages. You don't understand? I want me to be say you take from that end because the truth be say some of these laborers when they say even the Bible talk and say there is so much to enjoy but the laborers are few. And this one be say the call will come so they need to get this thing. Waiting in the church they do to encourage these people. They say they come out to make sure say we get security and all of that. Now here we did that, maybe that one.
Yes, as a church, we dey encourage these people. By this week Saturday now, in my own church, we dey go visit prisons.
Okay.
We dey go visit hospitals. We dey get special day for police day, army day. In my former location, we'll carry food, carry whatever we have. We thank them, we pray with them, and we give them whatever we have. Just to another way to inspire. We dey do award. We dey do award. When I was
the best prisoner.
Yes, not prisoner. To teachers, to securities, traffic warders, as church. We'll give them award. Sometimes this award they will carry monetary gain.
Okay.
You see officer will cry. Say after 15 years, so they recognize me. Then little we want to do as church to encourage.
Man, stay with you now.
Okay.
The one will be say they see the one bring now. Now be say they sign us now House of Representatives passes be on state police.
Yes.
But that's why if you say now waiting if be say go fit work well, especially when we say the federal government talk and say the payment of these people now they go there in charge. You don't understand?
Yes.
You know in your own way, if you say now federal government they control the activities of these people. Because they now go school, not go school. They pay the piper, they take the toll.
Yes, to a large extent. I think for that state police, I not say federal government get too much role to play for their monetary matter. Now the state government.
Not go pay.
Because now dual police.
Okay.
Federal police day. Those ones go the handle issue of terrorism, banditry, insurgency.
Okay.
They will go, the state will get their own police. You know, if you work now, some days ago or some weeks ago, they retrieve the bill when they one pass. See, they don't pass their own. House of Rep, they one pass, or they don't pass, they retrieve them. Because president want to add some input into that state police issue. State police now very good thing when done the long overdue for this country, Nigeria. Because America won't be pattern of federalism with. They get their state police. Every state has their police. Just the way we have the federal police, now so states also get their police. So state police for Nigeria, it's long overdue. Now good thing when we help take up insecurity
Make us
for Nigeria.
for this state police, but the fear when we say people they get and we say, I did there. Now political party now for the middle. They go in and take to do all that is the when we say consign security that time for political purposes and all of that. I don't know how you would like to respond to that kind of thing, my brother.
My brother Thomas said, make we dey careful, we will not begin to talk about guesswork.
Okay.
What we call guesswork. I don't think they answer all these questions.
Okay, before CBC no one answer that. Now this community person go tell us what if. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good morning, sir. Well done, sir.
Greet to you. Good afternoon. Where do you be? Where they call us from?
My name is Obaretin Austin. I'm from Benin City.
Obaretin Austin from Benin. Talk to us.
Okay. I did follow your program since, and I thank God for the two gentlemen with this you do.
Thank you.
By the grace of God, I be member, I be officer, Special Constabulary Police Force, where they train for year 2020.
Okay.
Under the establishment of state police, under Buhari government.
Okay.
By the grace of God, I did state command here. No state government go fit use state police to intimidate the opposition because the system when you break them up, if you use them today, tomorrow you can work against them.
Okay.
And if you check the law very well, you see and say they divide them. Understand? And every state government now go get power. And that's not going to be compared to Tinubu again or to any fellow who can say, people provide security for his own state. Okay. So we just go and say, you see, and say, we see 1 year of state police for Nigeria. If the situation of the state, they working, they not be federal government again. You know, so the governor of that state not be capable to rule his people. You see what they do now? Now, so the law they don't set in place. That's why you say, if the police come and they go give them more power, I tell you say, like me for Babawa was 5, where are the monitor, where are the control, where they train us year 2020 till now. I just command the reason of our office at this government as a station for Edo State. I think the truth is nobody whether I commit today after back of moat for Babawa was having no
advertise your place, please don't come to
no, I'm just trying to tell you say, this is where they control, but they don't go enter there today.
Okay.
And after you go come and feel it say,
Thank you so much, my brother Obaretin Austin. Because the question I say you don't want to answer, Indo will help you answer the question because people say you don't want to draw yourself into the matter because in many people say you not a politician, I people say in B, but you don't answer the question the way in fee say yes it's supposed to be when you know great answer. Hello, good evening. Hello. We know say you did there. Talk to us. Okay, since the BC no one talk, make we come back to you. But the state police, what do you feel say yes, go for bring, come give us?
I'll tell you just now, maybe I use one big language and say, it's a brainer. State police now winner.
Okay.
Now winner because the territory when the police know, now they work now.
Okay.
You know, carry somebody from Sokoto State, carry go
Bayelsa State.
Bayelsa, say make it where you don't know road now. You carry police side, you will say, hey, you won't know where the stadium. No, not be that one now. Even as metropolitan as Benin is. You go to a local area before you see the DPO, you come from another place. Now you will be DPO for your place. The policemen, they know them.
Okay.
If any police that want to carry, they don't know for Benin from that area, under the state police, those that one are inferior state police. You understand? What I tell you, just not be say no, I tell you say, not the second guess.
Okay. Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello, good evening. Last network the jam. It's man the second guess.
No second guess because they never give you the bill in the open where you know what they contain inside. You understand? You only just the shelves and say it has been passed. And on the way for reach their hand when they begin to talk, say, see waiting the inside, see waiting not the inside. You understand? When the thing don't come out,
don't read that, don't digest them.
Above all, which I won't tell you. Now, federal police, now we get before. Is the president using the federal police the way he likes?
But with the hear say they say Brika come Abuja, they reach Abuja, we not go see the thing again.
You see,
but we don't hear cases or see they arrest somebody for Benin here. Or say they can't go Abuja.
All these fears, now be the reason when we say they give them to National Assembly.
Okay.
So make them look at these are the representatives of the people. And if inputs are needed, they equally have people who have been following to say, bring your inputs, all your fears, address them here. You have your representative write through them to the committee or to the entire house and say, These are our fear. Governor will use them, or local government chairman will use them, and all that. But when this bill comes out, we should play down on the demerits and play up on the advantage it serves on us. That when we get land now we want police and by ourselves. Not be somebody who know our place, he will come by himself, come sit down here, they begin to tell us how things should work. Work in an area where you have comparative advantage.
Somebody talk and I say, when the government they come, this government they come, now three things they say want to fight. They want to fight courtesy, they want to fight insecurity, they want to fight drug abuse. You understand? In two ways. Not just make you not take drug, use drug, no abuse them. And this drug abuse, when we say when people go, they take this prescribed drugs and all of that, when they abuse, then they cause one of the things that when we say a day for this. For every youth now, I don't say you want us for them.
Yeah, because to make you know, create confusion for the listeners' ears.
Use
drug and medication different.
Okay.
You understand? Use the right language.
Okay, no verse.
Medication.
This all this grammar. I mean, no use for being. You say use. You say use now. Abuse now.
When the drug when we they talk, now the one we intoxicate them, go they carry arms.
Steroids.
Okay.
The one they intoxicate them, go they make them kidnap people.
Okay.
The one they intoxicate them, make them go they rape. Women. Then we they talk.
Okay.
What we are saying.
Now that they drive, they go. You now young man now, and they talk and say for every 5 youths in Nigeria now, you see at least 2 of them they take drugs. Correct. They don't plenty for town. Well. I think they give us concern. And our youth now be say they talk about most of these youths now you go stay for inside churches and all of that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, when they leave church, everybody is very holy inside the church. But when they pass the door, come out this thing now different thing now. Be say yes, say what they see. We get case of somebody when we say yes, say we hear now say they rape somebody the other day about 4 or 5 days. They got the carry the person go. A day for your colleague hand when they call Eugenia Abdallah hand, they call the party when we say yes, say you do. And this person are youth. These people they be youth and that kind of thing. They go through the church system. Where that one leave us now? Where the church? What the church they do? You go to say they do this, they do that. But the truth be say, you say in your own way, if you say the church they win the war, or say you say make we carry the youth come out for this bad place, enter the good place.
You see this thing we talk now. 2 months ago, my Oga called me, Apostle Suleiman. He said launch a campaign against drugs. About 3 weeks ago, I announced it for church. I said we want to launch campaign, and as we grow, we want to see how we can partner with government. Campaign against the use of hard drugs. A lot of youths. You see, church they work. Not everything they bring comes social media or come news to come talk. They come make the boy or the young person they feel ashamed. Sometimes there's where you preach, some they will come. Youth they come to us. They go cry. They will explain. We will check. There are so many factors.
If you give right.
Some of those children they don't get love for house. No papa, no mama. They just stay on the street. So they are exposed
to the vagaries of life.
Some peer groups, by virtue of friends that they keep with, meet bad friends, mingle. Just okay, you take for some. So what in our messages, in our counseling sections, we they talk to these youths how to stay from these things that can influence them into the use of hard drugs. So church they play big role, and we see so many of them like that. There was a young boy they brought for me about 3 months ago. Now when he take, he will collapse. All his nerves don't break down. You have to start talking to him.
Counsel him.
Yes, to ensure say that thing. Sometimes now spirit involved too. Now where prayer today. Yes, sir.
No, well, if you see Benin, you go for one place when we say they for Benin, Eyama Junction. Now one notorious place when we say people say they sell drugs there. Very notorious by Royal Marble Hotel there. Almost every time. It does so bad one day they drive the car when we say rain they fall. Go slow there, somebody called the knock for my windscreen like this. What do you want? You want a Western food? You want a roller? I was shocked. And I remember at a point, government go raid that place. But now, the Bible talk and I say if you drive, cast demon come up for something, you know, put God inside. When demon come now, you go overcome. You know that.
Come in seven more wicked spirits.
Yes. So at the ask now, That time when they say you get one young man, we say for the one committee go drive them, but today now they are back to that place. At a point, government put policemen there, but if like the policemen and the people they connive with the people, collect their own inside, let them do what they do. I just think government when they pass there, especially when BC say the House of Assembly legislators quarters, you share almost the same fence with that place, and you too, you're a former member of the House and all of that. So I go ask, you rose to the position of Deputy Speaker of the House. Now some of the things are supposed to worry you when BC say this, but to be like say now they show concern for that kind of a thing. And this boys when they might help you, and this boys when BC they don't take all of this things. So now people then they work for almost all the streets they won't be say they forbidden and they say one form of drug or the other.
My brother, Thomas, thank you very much. It dey worry me. It dey worry governor. I was with governor about.
So which action will take now when they worry now?
We dey review the matter like this. You understand? When you started this program, you say after God and government.
Yeah.
Those people, you know, our people supposed to make noise and try to be sympathetic to people of that nature. They are not saying anything now. By the time you hit the ground and you take them through the Rubicon of serious punishment, this government will be wicked. This government will be wicked. That is the problem we face. Drug matter is on the exclusive list. Under safety, that is why you see my office actually they get involved. Because at the end we have no prosecutorial power. We cannot begin to say we are trying to court. You still give them back to NDLA. You understand?
And maybe one or two will happen for that place. Maybe they can't come back to the street again.
I don't want to talk down. You saw some few months ago
a
woman died for court. My committee arrested her. That same day we hand them over to NDLA. The day NDLA carry and go court, he had a heart attack and died. Look at people. NDLA don't kill the person. NDLA don't do this. NDLA don't do this. My brother, this thing, I agree with you that as you remove them, so then they come. But what my committee is doing is to make sure that you see, first of all, the drug, because they don't come cheap. I saw some that day after we arrested them, trying to profile them, pharmacists and doctors. And I said, you will eat out of these drugs.
When they chop down part of
yes, chop for inside. And at the end, we hand them over to NDLA.
And after 2 days, you see they get for streets.
I don't know about that.
Honorable Festus Ebia, last night we will leave this discussion today. We thank you so much for this. You come here. I want to make you take your last 2 words for this program before you say you come out in the next 30 seconds.
My people
don't get about 1 minute.
Security now, everybody business. Like the president from government don't talk. Make all put hand together to make Edo safe. God bless you.
Thank you so much. That now, my brother and friend, Pastor, I will call you that Pastor.
Pastor.
Okay, Pastor Courage Molere, now I'm the regional head Zone 3. Region 3 of Omega Fire Ministries. Yes. We thank you and you join us so much. And our brother Day here, Honorable one-time Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, and now one time before, but now I'm the Commissioner for Safety and Public Security. Honorable Professor Tebia, I will thank you so much when you come here. You're not ready to bring you come here without pushing you tire.
I don't want to now. Okay. You say me I come, I will come.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about people that when we say call. Elvis, thank you for talking about it. Thank you so much. Moses, when we say call from Morgan for Akoko Edo. Thank you so much. Saze for Soloko Road and Oba 18 Austin. Even you when we say you call, you're not going to go through. Or you when we say you call, you just test the microphone. We say thank you so much. My name is Thomas Sado. Until next week when we say we go see, I will tell you one thing. Truth, not the fear. Now I'll go talk now in the fear. And a good evening.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Emmanuel Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work on this. 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And horse stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and And of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called again toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and called it 1. Yeah, just to leave more emphasis on that part. But today, thanks guys, yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps. Omonoba Nedo Ukwakwolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused,
or you see signs, a bruise or it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin, the strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
kẹrẹ kú yóò gbó. Ẹwà ẹ̀dọ̀ dára dó ẹ̀dọ́ ní kẹrẹ kú yóò gbó. Orí ọba ní ká.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is
Good morning. Thanks for joining me on the AM News and ITV. I am Philip Omo-Ogyupo. On our first story this morning comes this, where the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, says the vision behind the creation of new regional development commissions is to further unlock and harness the unique strengths and opportunities in the various regions for Nigeria's collective prosperity. As Abigail Adiremi reports, the Vice President stated this on Wednesday when he received the management of the Southwest Development Commission at the Presidential Villa, Abuja.
The management of the Southwest Development Commission was led to the Presidential Villa by its board chairman, Senator Olubunmi Adetumbi. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima says President Bola Tinubu needs to be praised for such foresight and directional leadership of establishing regional development commissions. He added that the vision must, however, be backed by innovation, effective collaboration, and integrity in the discharge of the mandate of various regional development bodies. The VP noted that collaboration was also key in the realization of the mandate of the Southwest Development Commission and the improvement of the livelihood of the people. On the selection and execution of projects and programs across communities in the region, he says every project must be transparent, measurable, and capable of attracting private investment.
The President established the various regional development commissions to ensure that every part of Nigeria unlocks its unique strength while contributing to our collective prosperity. The Southwest, with its history of innovation, of enterprise, of education, and industry has a very pivotal role.
Earlier, the chairman of the Commission's board, Senator Adetumbi, commended the Tinubu administration, noting the government's economic and structural reforms that culminated in the creation of the Regional Development Commission, among other benefits. He also commended the vice president for his leadership of the National Economic Council, which he said is transforming governance at the subnationals with tangible projects executed across the country.
And the mission basically is to present the commission to him, update him on our activities from inception to date.
From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Shola Enikanolaye, is meeting with South Africa's Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Ronald Lamola, amid growing concerns over recurring xenophobic attacks against Nigerians in the southern African country. Enikanolaye said President Bola Tinubu directed a meeting to address the persistent attacks against Nigerians in South Africa openly. He called on the South African government to take urgent and concrete steps to end what Nigeria described as recurring Afrophobic attacks against Nigerians and other African nationals. The minister cautioned that the violence threatens decades of strategic partnership between Africa's two largest economies. Enikanolaye recalled Nigeria's support for South Africa's liberation from apartheid and the close collaboration between both countries in transforming the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, as well as advancing the new Partnership for Africa's Development. He expressed concern over what he described as a recurring pattern of xenophobic violence dating back to 1995, with subsequent outbreaks recorded in 1998, 2006, 2015, 2016, 2019, 2021, 2024, and 2026. The United States has announced that it will discontinue visa services in Abuja and 24 other African diplomatic cities effective August 1st, 2026. A statement by the U.S. Department of State said realignment to regional hubs was part of efforts aimed at boosting national security, cutting government waste, and ensuring more uniform screening, vetting, and adjudication standards. The statement said the administration of President Donald Trump is putting America and Americans first by realigning overseas operations to advance U.S. priorities efficiently and effectively. This includes a visa process that maintains rigorous standards of security screening and vetting and aligns resources and operational capacity with America's national interest. Other African diplomatic posts affected by the routine visa realignment include Asmara, Bamako, Banjul, Brazzaville, Benjabura, Conakry, Cotonou, Durban, Freetown, Gabon, Harai, Juba, and others. According to the U.S. State Department, the realignment does not change the operating status of any of the embassies and consulates or the important work they continue to conduct on behalf of the American people. The State Department equally clarified that the policy does not affect any currently valid U.S. visas. Traders displaced from Ego Market are appealing to the Edo State government to urgently provide an alternative trading space following the demolition of the Powerline market structure. A situation they say has left them exposed to harsh weather and worsening economic hardship. Elizabeth Oka reports that while the demolition was carried out in the interest of public safety after a fire outbreak, many of the affected traders are now struggling to earn a living. The report is presented by Efosa Uwangwe.
The aftermath of the demolition of the power line market at Ego has continued to take a heavy toll on traders whose businesses were displaced following a fire incident that prompted the Edo State government to evacuate the area for safety reasons. Several weeks after the exercise, many of the traders remained without a designated place to conduct their business, forcing them to operate along the roadside and under the open sky despite the risk. One of the affected traders, Rita Ogagbu, said sales have dropped significantly since since the demolition. She lamented the absence of shelter to protect both traders and their goods from the elements and appealed to the government to provide a suitable market location. Another trader and kerosene dealer, Mrs. Omoegi Ehiramien, acknowledged that the demolition was intended to safeguard lives but stressed that trading remains their only means of livelihood. She appealed for an alternative market where they can continue their business safely. Also speaking, Mrs. Erubaka Ima described the situation as distressing, noting that trading under the rain and by the roadside exposes them to accidents and other dangers. She urged the state government to intervene without further delay.
We dey beg government, may I beg, make it come help us. They don't break our market, nowhere to sell. We dey hang, follow roadside. The power line now affect us, now danger.
We know say this power line now for our own good, now say make we comot. But we not get any other option. Now here we for the take care of our children. When still day school, I beg government more help us.
We sleep before our children no go eat. But we feel better pray, we can't give them with the shade. Then we dey beg you put. Even the power line self, na danger for us, na danger. If you breathe, they breathe. Our mind no go read ground. We see the beg, we can't help them. We feel we give them with the shade.
The displaced traders say they remain hopeful that the appeal will receive urgent attention and that the government will provide a safe and conducive environment to rebuild their businesses. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Legal practitioners and residents in Benin City have commended the Edo State House of Assembly for directing the chairman of the 18 local government councils to submit payment schedules for members of the Edo State Security Corps, popularly known as vigilantes. They described the directive as a positive step towards improving the welfare of security personnel who complement conventional security agencies in safeguarding lives and property across the state. The report, filed by Adeze Ibe, is given by Osemudame Osage.
The Edo State House of Assembly recently directed all 18 local government council chairmen to submit payment schedules for vigilante personnel to the chairman of the House Committee on Local Government, Honorable Ade Isibo, on or before July 24, 2026. Although the Assembly is yet to reconvene after the deadline, many residents have welcomed the move, describing it as a demonstration of the legislature's oversight responsibility in ensuring accountability at the local government level. They, however, urge the House Committee to follow through with the directive and impose appropriate sanctions on any council chairman who fails to comply.
It's a very, very welcome development because that move by the House of Assembly Edo State is highly applaudable and commendable because it calls for transparency. Those who put their lives in the line to make sure that our lives and properties are secured, their remuneration is not supposed to be played with.
The stakeholders also praised members of Edo State Security Corps for their dedication and sacrifices in protecting communities across the state, despite the challenges associated with their duties. Legal practitioners maintain that the prompt and regular payment of vigilante personnel is not only a welfare issue, but also an obligation that should be taken seriously by local government authorities. They further called for continuous legislative oversight to ensure that vigilante personnel are not neglected or exploited. The respondents also advocated regular training and retraining programs for members of the Vigilante Corps to strengthen their professionalism, enhance their operational efficiency, and ensure they carry out their responsibilities in line with established rules and respect for citizens' rights.
Very vital security roles that these local vigilantes play. We all know very well that security issue is a very local issue.
In vigilantes, as we see them now, they are really the one who are close to the people in terms of the security.
Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
The Plateau State Police Command has arrested a fourth suspect in connection with the gruesome killing of 25-year-old Ibrahim Mbaya, as investigators intensify efforts to unravel the circumstances surrounding the murder and apprehend all those involved. The latest arrest comes just days after the command announced the detention of 3 suspects linked to the incident, which sparked widespread outrage across Plateau State and renewed calls for an end to jungle justice. The Police Public Relations Officer, SP Alfred Alabo, disclosed this, that the breakthrough was achieved through sustained intelligence gathering and discreet investigations by operatives of the State Criminal Investigation Department. The newly arrested suspect was identified as Teslo Joshua, whom the police alleged played a role in the killing. He is currently in custody as detectives continue their investigation. The command reaffirming its determination to ensure that every person connected to the killing is identified, arrested, and prosecuted in accordance with the law. The police also renewed their condemnation of jungle justice, warning residents against taking the law into their own hands and urging them to allow security agencies to conduct lawful investigations. While expressing appreciation for the public's continued support, the command appealed to residents to sustain their cooperation by providing credible and timely information that would assist security agencies in preventing crime and strengthening peace and security across Plateau State.
Doing and what we are doing concerning this investigation is ongoing. The suspect, like you all know, has been transferred to the state CID and for district investigation, and that is currently going on without fail. So we will continue to give you feedback on how this case is going. The acting commissioner of police, the DC state CID, who is acting instead of the commissioner of police, will want us to assure.
A week after an oversized truck became trapped beneath the Idogbo Bypass Bridge in Ikpobaoka local government area, Edo State, concerns are mounting over the deteriorating condition of the road, damaged during efforts to free the vehicle. Independent television had earlier reported how the truck carrying an oversized load became stuck beneath the bridge, causing major traffic disruption. Now, residents are calling on the relevant authorities to ensure the damaged road is restored and those responsible held accountable. Ehis Unamure, who revisited the scene, reports that the truck eventually passed beneath the bridge after a section of the road was excavated to create enough clearance.
Residents, motorists and business owners along Idogbo Bypass said the truck was successfully moved after part of the road beneath the bridge was dug out to reduce the height of the load. According to them, the owners of the truck had pledged to restore the excavated section of the road after the vehicle was freed. However, they alleged that only a small quantity of granite and a few truckloads of sand were dumped at the site before work was abandoned.
Since they dig this place, they've carried the water from that is supposed to go to the gutter. They carried it to the tie road, and the side they dug from under the bridge is affecting us. It has littered everywhere.
These people, when you carry their load past here, in fact, they never do anything at all. So the thing even they disturb us, we don't see where they walk. Passenger when you want to come, they don't see where they pass come. So maybe they try make them come do and they don't abandon the place. The place even they cause hold up.
The resident also expressed fears that the truck owners could return under the cover of darkness to remove the remaining load without fulfilling their promise to repair the road.
This place, they should come and put it in order because they just put some sand here where they are yet to work. So their equipment, we only see about 2 equipment around. We have not seen the rest, we have not seen the people concerned.
Now here we take care of our family, make them carry them not do one because the place it mess up our front of our park. Even the road they mess up everywhere. The place they cause hold up.
The residents appeal to the federal government, the Edo State government, and other relevant authorities to urgently intervene by ensuring that the damaged section of the road is properly reconstructed and that those responsible are held accountable to prevent similar incidents in the future. From Benin, Ehis Unamure, ITV News.
Lagos State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps says it is on the trail of unlicensed private security guards in the state. The state commandant NSDC, Keshiro Adedotu, made this known during a conference with security experts on security guards. Aigboje Warrior has more.
Declaring the security training for security guards open, Lagos State NSDC Commandant Keshiro Adedotu said the current security challenges in Nigeria is such that all hands must be on deck, especially with the private guards who are mostly the first point of call in getting security information. The NSCDC commandant were emphasizing that the command will be strict in monitoring the activities of private security guards across the state, said the guidelines for licensing must be followed for safety of life and property, including critical infrastructures in the state.
Whoever, any company operating, there are processes of getting security, private security operations registered in Nigeria, and for us to be able to enforce irregularities in the sector. So if there is anybody who is operating illegally, if we get to know and it is verified that it is not a registered security private, it's not a fully registered security company, enforcement of these categories of operators usually take place. So and we're going to continue this enforcement.
Participants at the training and the Chairman Association of Licensed Private Security Practitioners of Nigeria Lagos Zone, Babatunde Mumuni, said the training by the NSCDC is coming at a time when everyone needs to be security conscious.
I want to repeat categorically, you cannot run a security company in Nigeria without being licensed by the Ministry of Interior, who is supervising the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps.
High point of the training was the presentation of certificates to participants by the Lagos State Commandant, NSCDC, Mr. Keshiru Adedotun. From Lagos, Aigbuji Warrior, ITV News.
Concern is mounting over the continued activities of scavengers, popularly known as Iron Condemn, as residents of Benin City urge security agencies to ensure the Edo State House of Assembly's renewed directive to clamp down on the menace is backed by sustained enforcement. The Assembly's latest resolution has generated widespread reactions, with many residents recalling similar efforts in 2025, which they say failed to achieve lasting results due to weak implementation. Donald MEN takes it from here.
The renewed directive by the Edo State House of Assembly represents another determined effort to curb the activities of scavengers whose operations have increasingly been linked to vandalism, theft, and insecurity across Edo State. The latest action comes on the heels of an earlier government crackdown in 2025. While that intervention initially brought some relief, many residents say the gains were short-lived because enforcement gradually waned.
The government security agency should wake up and enforce all these directives so that the well-being and lives and properties of both public and private citizens of Nigeria, of Edo State, can be well catered for and protected.
Because of the working government we have, it will always come true. Because they have suffered me so much here. I've lost so many doors and so many of my iron.
Meanwhile, the special advisor to the Edo State Governor on Arewa Community Relations, Alhaji Ibrahim Masu, and the Public Relations Officer of the Arewa Scrap and Waste Dealers Association, Edo State, Alhaji Sani Mohammed, disclosed that a profiling exercise has commenced.
Better people there inside them and bad people there inside them. And those who are better people, inshallah, will know what to do. And the bad people now, we will fix them out, come up with the state.
Have to beg the Edo State of Assembly to give us time, because we have started profiling our boys. And this present mode of profiling, there's a lot of details that once you are profiled, there's no way you will commit anything. If you commit, you will be caught, because all your data are being stored.
Also speaking in a telephone interview, the Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Security and Defense Corps, NSCDC Edo State Command, Chief Superintendent of Corps, Efosa Obebo, revealed that the command has constituted a 7-member committee to coordinate the implementation of the Assembly's directive.
I want to assure you, between the next 3 months, the issue of stealing of metal cables, construction of a pipeline, to be a thing of the past.
From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
Residents, motorists, and business owners along Owasuta Street by 2nd Otame Avenue in Benin City have appealed to the government of Edo State to urgently rehabilitate the road following the hardship caused by its deplorable condition. Mustafa Mayowa reports is presented by Patience Osaogiwa.
A visit by ITV News to Owasuta Street by 2nd Otame Avenue revealed a road riddled with potholes and failed sections, while overgrown weeds have taken over parts of the road, further restraining movement and posing safety concerns to users. Residents, motorists and business owners lamented the poor state of the road, saying it has increased transportation costs, disrupted commercial activities and exposed commuters and motorists to avoidable risks, especially during the rainy season.
Over 5 years now, sometimes we don't go see motor to go market, to go New Benin market, because rain go fall, everywhere go full like saying a river. You no go even fit take leg cross. Sometimes a whole week the water never dry. Now beg we dey beg them. We be citizen of Nigeria. It no good make we dey suffer like this.
If rain fall, no motor dey pass here go be abandoned. I beg, more na tell government, make they come do this road for us. They do this place, they leave this side for us. See road now, if they bust tire, they condemn auto.
The road is suffering from what we call academorespirocardioecology. Don't ask me the meaning, I don't know it, because the road has been bad for years to years, and the government will say they will do it, they will do it. They are not doing anything about it, which is very bad. Please, the government should come to our aid.
The acting chairman of Ego Local Government Council, Honorable Osaro Eibo, recently carried out the silting of the Wasota drainage channel as part of efforts to improve water flow and address flooding challenges in the area. Residents, however, insist that the condition of the road itself requires urgent rehabilitation. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Those were the stories for the AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo-Gupon. Coming shortly is TMI.
ITV, certainly the best.
Is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture,